Okay, welcome everybody to our City Commission work session of August 16th. Nice to see all the happy faces in the audience.
Are they happy? Or?
Yeah, we hope so.
We're all pretty giddy up here. We'll call the meeting to order. If you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, just a couple of quick announcements. We're going to have the Board of Finance report at 10 a.m., so anybody here for that, we're just going to break in what we're doing and then go to that so that they have a strict schedule. And we're also going to break right after that and do the aid to organizations so folks don't have to sit here all day. So we'll just go back to our normal agenda after that. Also, Nikki will not be with us today. Our Assistant City Attorney, Hillary Ryan, is going to be with us. Welcome. First time on the dais. It'll be an easy meeting for you. Boring, but easy.
I don't know. Let's try to think of something. Let's try to think of something to make it a little.
Can't do any better than that.
All right. So we don't have any presentations today. We do have just a time for general citizen input. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak to any item that's not already on the agenda? Okay. We'll go to the consent agenda, which is the approval of the minutes for 6/23 and 7/12, board and committee appointments, code enforcement, and Dunedin Causeway and Coastal Waterway, a change order for the construction of lift station number 10. Any items to be pulled? All right, can I have a
do you want to pull 2C?
the lift station?
Please.
Okay. All right, so
And the 6:23 minutes.
okay, so can I have a motion to approve the 7/12 work session minutes and the board and committee appointments?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Vice Mayor Kynes and Commissioner Gal, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Franny, the 6:23 minutes.
So I don't actually have any corrections. I had mentioned to the city manager yesterday that I thought at some point, doesn't have to be today, that we should get a good update on the 1581, what's it? Thank you, Roxburgh. Just because I know we're doing a lot of work, but, it's there's a lot of legalities to it, and sometimes it may seem like we're not, but so I just thought at some point you should give an update to that.
I'll be happy to do that.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all.
And that's going to be for Thursday? Is that what you're trying
Yeah, can you do it Thursday?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. And then Commissioner Tornga, the lift station, did you need a full presentation or you just have a question?
Just sort of an update, and I just want to make sure I understand the update that I've received from the city manager, which I believe I do. So I just wanted an update on that so I can ask a question.
Okay, go ahead and ask the question.
So we had a vote on this lift station just recently, and it was a requirement because we're trying to get this done before we put the roads in, et cetera. And then we discovered that, whoops, we may need to go a little bit deeper into this and across Main Street, as I understand it. So we had it's about $340,000 previously, that's a lot of money, of course, and it was related to specifically to the new city hall, but just for the, not easement, for the ease of maneuvering through that, to have that done before we've completed the city hall, and that made sense. And as I understand it now, then we have another requirement here because we want to extend that. And in order to do that, we needed to react kind of quickly. It was unforeseen, sort of. Can you just comment about that and then the 130? And I understand the 130 then takes us under Main Street, so that we don't have to affect Main Street or think you close Main Street or anything like that. And then there was another amount of money, I think, to make sure we got the materials here when we needed to get the materials here. So if you just cover that really quick, I don't need a lot of detail about that, but I would like for anyone that's listening that would say what was that about? What happened?
Yeah, so, well, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Russell Ferlita, Director of Utilities and City Engineer. This is Matthew Woodham, Senior Engineer in the Engineering Division. And I just wanted to clarify a point. It's not that it was a forgotten piece. So we tried to originally piggyback on a Tarpon Springs contract that had all of the line items that we needed to complete the entire job in its entirety. And it's something that our city attorney did not agree with the language of that contract and us piggybacking. So in order to get this done, we piggybacked the portion that was very easily identifiable as under the Pinellas County contract to piggyback. And then we worked with the attorney and the contractor to extend another portion, as well as our EOR, the engineer record on this, in order to modify the design a little bit in order to get the other piece to fit. So we couldn't get it all done at the first time, so we identified the most important piece to get done priority-wise right away. It's not that this isn't a priority, it is, but in order to get the first piece to commission, get the ball rolling, get the materials ordered, we brought the first part to commission, and then we put in that agenda that we were going to bring the other piece as soon as we got the paperwork and everything together. But we really want to get that entire run. We don't want to finish City Hall and then all of a sudden now dig a 10-foot deep hole on Virginia Street to drill under Main. We wanted it all done before City Hall opens. So that's really the crux of this, and that's really the reason why we brought it in two pieces. It was purely out of trying to get it to fit under a piggyback contract legally and where all parties were happy with it.
Mayor, may I?
Sure.
Just to be very clear, though, this was programmed to be done. It's not because of City Hall. It was in our plan in the future. We just moved it up. And kudos to engineering for being able to do that as well. A lot of hard work went into this.
And it was more about efficiency.
Right.
To not tear up, to not, hurt the neighborhood twice.
We will be bringing back the final portion for construction of this, hopefully by the end of this year. And that's the remaining part of this lift station's force main, as well as, I believe, 4 other force mains. And that's going to be a much bigger dollar amount, because by the time you add up all those lineal feet of all those force mains, it's going to be quite expensive. But that's all also under SRF loan.
And I appreciate that, and thank you for the explanation. And the final question is there anything else that's going to come that's attached to this, or is this it?
This particular, the last piece is going to be when we award the entire project. It's called the lift station force main replacements. So that will be the remaining portion of this lift station force main, as well as lift station 2, and off the top of my head, I don't remember the rest of them, but there's a number of other lift station force mains that we're replacing. Here we go. 1, 2, 4, the rest of 10, 12A, and 17. So that's all of the lift station force mains we're replacing under this project in general. So,
But for that project, that completes that.
and this is part of that project, correct?
Yes.
I had to ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Any other questions? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the change order for lift station 10?
So moved?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Tornga and Vice Mayor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0, and we didn't do a motion for the minutes, so I need a motion for the minutes.
So moved.
Second?
Commissioner Franny and Commissioner Tornga, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, I think everything under consent agenda is now approved. All right, we have action items, which is the Dunedin Causeway and Coastal Waterway Committee continuance. Laney?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Laney Sheets, Administration Superintendent. I'm the staff liaison for the Causeway and Coastal Waterway Committee. Jill Gunn was supposed to be here this morning, but unfortunately she's not here. She's our new chair. She took the place of John Hoops, who had been on the committee for a very long time, and the committee was very sad to see him go, but he knew that it was time to pass the torch, and they are very, very thankful for all the work that he put into the committee, and thanked him over and over again on his last day with the committee just a couple months ago. The committee is a very active one. They are very impassioned with both the causeway and the waterways, and it's an odd combination of two different things, dealing with kind of roadways and waterways. But it is a unique area of Dunedin. They meet regularly and take it upon themselves to educate on the various issues of the causeway and the waterways. They have guest speakers on a regular basis that come in and give them information on the different activities. So they'll have Pete Kruger, when he was there, come in and speak on the Honeymoon Island State Park. They'll have people from the county traffic division come and speak on those areas, and then they'll have people from FWC or the sheriff's office come and speak on the various issues out on the water. They regularly report on the number of derelict boats that are out there and make sure that those are being taken care of. They'll speak with the sheriff's office on safety issues on the causeway itself with various activities on the land side. They're basically just the eyes and ears of the causeway, and they are asking to be continued.
Okay, any questions for Lainey?
I do. How
I have a
long
comment.
did John Hoops serve? Like 20 years or?
I know it's more than 15. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. But
You know, I'm wondering, I'm just throwing this out. Sometimes when we do have people that are, long-term, I see Michael Bowman back there. I don't know how long you've been on code enforcement, but, we do have people that have served a long time, and I'm wondering how we could, give them a letter, a plaque, I don't know, something. It's all volunteer service.
So what we used to do, as you will remember,
Start doing that again, too, before COVID hit.
And as I remember,
yeah, we did two things. We would have a volunteer
Board.
dinner, but we also, when we stopped doing that, we were inviting them here for their 5-year, their 10-year, their 15-year. I think when we started doing term limits, we kind of stopped the 5, 10, those marks, because you're not going to get over a certain amount. But
Well, I was thinking, we actually talked about trying to bring back the board and committee dinner before the COVID hit. And
That's
then
right.
that threw us, then didn't make any
It threw
sense.
us
But
off.
I don't know.
but, Yeah, that was a really special.
But
time.
but no matter what, we should figure out a way to recognize, because it's a lot. Everybody,
lot of
people
hard
do a lot on those committees. And this is a great example of a very active committee that does it.
Well, Jennifer, you prior to COVID, were going out to the boards and committees and giving them our annual goals, if you will, so that everybody was rowing in the same direction. Maybe that can become something, if you're going to go back to that at some point, maybe that can become something, a luncheon, or where you could get more people to actually come.
Yeah.
Because there's free food. And we could honor people in that way. Maybe it's a combination of stuff. John, you said you had a comment?
yes, I have a comment. We're going to be asking for a motion here. I can wait until the motion is offered.
Oh, okay, sure.
First, I don't have a direct question about the presentation.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No? Okay, can I have a motion for continuance of the Dunedin Causeway and Coastal Waterway Committee?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Franny and Vice Mayor Kynes. I did not ask for public input, so I apologize for that. Anybody have any public input on this? Okay, seeing or hearing none. I'm just going to go right to you, Commissioner Twingo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will be voting no on this, principally because I think the committee or a member of the committee ought to be here for the presentation. So it's really, it's about the procedure here, and I believe that we really should have someone here making that presentation, even as opposed to a written presentation. It ought to be somebody from the committee addressing us here so that we can ask questions of them. So it's mostly about procedure. I fully respect this committee, highly respect this committee. And
everybody knows you
yeah,
do,
and
John.
I think they, yeah, so.
Everybody knows that the
So-
waterway is really
yeah,
important to you. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I think we could probably approve it, but maybe just invite the chair to come when they can and just kind of, do their own kind of update from their perspective and have a chat. It's not totally what you want, but I understand, John, because there's a connector, you only get once a year to connect, and this is it, so.
Commissioner, or Vice Mayor, anything?
I would agree with that. I would say let them come and they could even come in citizen input for that matter, and just say that they weren't able to be here. It's a hard time. People are still traveling in summer, so.
Right. Yeah, I guess I agree with everybody. It would be nice that on their annual review that they come and be presented so you can have that give and take if necessary. But if they can't make it, I don't know that I want to stop our process because they're not here. But so certainly to continue with what we're doing, but to ask them to come back would be quite appropriate.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean,
Yeah.
you're only seeing them in front of us as a body every 3 years.
Right.
That's the thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And the purpose of them coming is for us to have that back and forth
Interaction.
dialogue. And that's why we asked them to do that. So I get it, but I'm going to vote yes. Okay, all in favor of approving the continuance, say aye. Aye. Anyone against?
Nay.
Okay. We have an approval of 4-1.
I think the minutes should clearly reflect why John voted nay, though, because.
Yeah.
Because he is so supportive, because I know work session, we're more summarizing, so.
Sure. Okay, Stadium Advisory Committee, Vince and Steve, come on down.
Good morning, Mayor, City Commissioners. Vince Gizzi, Parks and Recreation Director, and with me is Steve Sandbergen, who is our Chair of the Stadium Advisory Committee. And Steve is here today, and I'm going to turn it over to him to speak on the committee and what we're looking to do today. I just wanted to give you just a quick history. The Resolution 2008 was established in February of 2000. With a five-member committee with 2 alternates, 1 ex officio from Parks and Recreation, and then again it was updated in 2010, April of 2010, to add 2 additional members, and again 1 ex officio from Parks and Recreation with 2 alternates. So with that, I don't want to duplicate what Steve has to say this morning, so I'm just going to have him again speak, and then I can fill in the pieces if I need to afterwards.
Welcome, Steve. Strong supporter of what we've done, and we can't thank you enough, but
Thank you, Mayor.
it's your turn to
Mr. Mayor,
speak.
members of the commission. As Vince said, we talk about longevity. 22 years ago, the committee was started. Of course, the committee was tasked with the role of acting as a liaison between the stadium functions, the city commission, but also remaining sensitive to the surrounding community, which of course it can be difficult, but we have worked hard for it. In the last few years, we as citizens, neighbors, fans of baseball, and stakeholders in this community knew we would be involved in a historic time. Negotiations with Toronto, all the work that the city commission went through, and all the other players involved in that. We were proud to represent our views. We spoke before the city commission. We spoke before the Board of County Commissioners. We had input in selection of the architect, selection of the contractors. And today, I feel like we have probably one of the most modern and efficient spring training facilities in Florida, as well as that state-of-the-art training and rehabilitative center up at Engelbert. Our committee recognized the tough times and the pushback from the citizens that you as a commission would receive. You had to force some tough issues, and there were some things that were cut out of the community, and we know you heard about it. We stood behind you. We took it to task and supported the decisions, remembering the long-term effect of our merchants, our hotel owners, all the business operators, as well as our image across that entire country of Canada. Today, I can really proudly sit here and thank every current member and every past member. We've established friendships that are always reminded every time we attend functions at the stadium, whether it be baseball or 4th of July celebration. 2 people I would be remiss if I didn't thank, and one is my friend Vince Gizzi, and the other Shelby Nelson for all the hours. There were many times I agreed with them, and there were just as many times I disagreed with them. But we stayed the course. That being said, I guess with the comprehensive wording of the operating agreement, the Dunedin Stadium Advisory Committee has become obsolete. I think it's time that we come to that realization, and I'd like to ask for the sunsetting of the committee. It's kind of like the ninth inning is over. Fans are cheering, fans are heading out, and I feel like it's time to turn the page on the Stadium Advisory Committee. And I thank every one of you, because I've dealt with all of you personally. I've traveled with most of you personally in this journey, and we have something to be very proud of down there. And thank you, and thank you for allowing me. 12 years I sat on it.
Oh, my gosh.
Steve, we can't thank you enough for your service. I mean, I'm standing for this one. And let me just say, personally, and I know I'm jumping ahead of everybody, but you and I have had so many conversations over the years, not recently, but back in the day when we were going through that whole process of negotiations. It's like Vince and I mean, I look at Vince and he and I will be connected forever, because you don't spend that much time with someone with a lot of passion, angst, and negotiations with Major League Baseball. And if anybody in the world thinks that's easy, we can all tell you it is excruciating.
Yeah, you stayed the course, Mayor.
It's excruciating. It really is. They're tough cookies, but so are we. And what you mentioned about the support, there were many, many times that we just thought, oh my God, this is going to go south, or it's not going to happen, or everybody's mad and you feel bad, and there's so many emotions. But you guys stayed the course. You and your committee members, many of them, but especially you and your wife, spent your own money to go to Toronto to show support for the Blue Jays. I mean, that says a lot. That's not a cheap trip. You went to those county commission meetings. I remember sitting there with you guys. I can't tell you how many of those I went to. So your efforts to support the city in its largest economic driver and one of the largest counties' economic things, and the state's, frankly, I couldn't say thank you enough. And your realization that it takes a lot for somebody to realize my job's done,
It's bittersweet.
It is.
It really is, yeah.
I think
Figure out
us,
what to do with my
I think,
time now. If there's
I think many of us that are on the way out can totally sympathize with you. It is bittersweet.
Yeah, my time on the LPA, I sit in Jeff's seat,
Yep.
winding down too, so yeah.
Well, we'll have to find a new job for you.
Oh, we'll find a job for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, yes.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Everything she said was true. We went to Toronto. You've always been such a great supporter. And even more than that, I think that your committee truly acted for many years as sort of a buffer with the Blue Jays, the city, and your neighborhood. And I think that was really a big job. I mean, when you're trying to deal with, different complaints, different issues, and very different entities. And you did it, and thank you very much.
I did have people ask me if I worked for the city. People asked me if I worked for the Jays.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a good thing. I was
Right.
kind of,
That is a good thing.
I've kept it balanced.
But, well, because you were really trying to do the neighborhood also. I mean, you were a major buffer, source of being able to receive some of their issues and handle them between the different entities. So that's a big job, and again, I thank you very much. And we got to find you a new job. Mm-hmm. I agree.
I just got it whispered to me.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, good.
Vince is on it.
Very good.
Commissioner Gatto?
Oh, thank you. I missed all the glory days of the hard work. I came in at the end when everything was good. All that we did was spend money.
Yeah, we spent a lot too.
Spent a lot of money.
Travel to Toronto with you.
But I had the pleasure of hearing the stories and the hard work and the effort and the focus on how to get it done and not reasons why we can't. And so just thank you for the effort. It's wonderful when I talk with Curtis Fundamental that can't be any more excited and pleased on where they're located, and the excitement that they get when balls go over the fence. And the excitement, that's, and to me, that's just one element that makes this a community. That we can tie Major League Baseball into our community schools is just wonderful. And so how many of those students will grow up with the memories they'll have, especially if they got a ball. But just thank you for all of your hard work and the work of the entire committee.
Thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate it.
And Jeff, you're absolutely right, because I went to Dunedin L when it was there, when it was located where Curtis is. We couldn't have been more excited to be right behind.
Right. See, what memories?
Commissioner Franny?
Well, it's funny when you say that. When I was talking to President Mark Shapiro of the Blue Jays, one of the things he loved, and I think he said it on Dunedin 15, was that, you don't get a baseball stadium like that in the heart of a neighborhood, like it is, and it makes it really great. And but it had its challenges, right? I mean, the parking and all the overwhelming of the neighborhood. So lots of things to work through to make sure the neighbors, could embrace it versus just hate it. So, so important. But, so of course, I have more history when I go back to the early 2000s when the relationship really was very, very strained for many, many reasons. And so I think this, the board and the enthusiasm of the board and as a liaison, that was a huge thing too, to try to start to rebuild relationships that had been hurt in the early 2000s. But Steve, I mean, I've gotten to know you and Sherry both. You better be going to Toronto next year, though, regardless. We'll have to talk.
Yeah, you got to have your final.
We're going, yeah.
Final hoorah. But no, you've done a great job, and it is hard to kind of say, hey, it's ninth inning, and we won the game. We don't need to go anymore, but you've done a great job and a great service to the community, and you're right. There's a lot of things that brought the city and the Blue Jays where they are today, a lot of players, and clearly key to that was you and your committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Torga?
Thank you. I'm going to be a little briefer, Stephen, because I'm going to agree with.
Excuse me?
I'm going to agree with what everyone has said up here, especially since there was nothing negative, of course, all positive things. But on behalf of those who aren't here, organizations that are large and well-known, for example, the VFW, et cetera, and the neighbors that are around there. And I've got a very good friend that lives really close to the stadium, and of course people that have served with you. Just a fantastic, great job, and thanks for everything you did. It's easy for me now, although I used to be able to tell someone how to get to the library. It's even easier now.
Yeah.
I say go down to the stadium and go a little bit further down south, and now you're at the library, and I can go use that as many ways of directing somebody within the city, and we're well known for that, so thank you very much.
Jennifer, did you have anything you wanted to share?
Sure, of course.
Oh, yeah. Here it comes.
Get them, Jennifer.
No, Steve and Sherry are some of the first folks I met in Dunedin that July that we went to Toronto before I even started working here.
Yeah.
So, just how supportive both of them are of the city of Dunedin and Steve's work on the LPA in Little
We
League.
watch you
right?
all the time, Steve, on the LPA.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
only have to take 1 year off and you can get back on.
And Vince and I will have to arm wrestle over where he goes next. So, but no, I mean, and the Stadium Advisory Committee, I remember meeting with them when we were under negotiations and some of the issues that came up and working through those issues. And the support not only for the commission and the activities of the commission, but for the community as well, and trying to figure out what's best for the community and the Stadium Advisory Committee. And I'm also grateful that this is really the model of how a committee should work. They advocate, they support, they criticize when they have to, and then when their work is done, they discontinue and move on. So, but no, I mean, I think it's been a wonderful relationship, and I'm grateful for these residents, and I hope that the other members of the committee too consider joining some of the other committees that we have. Yeah, so.
Mayor, there is one other member here this morning, Gail. Gail Dull is with us.
Oh, my God. All right, we got to stand up for Gail. Are you kidding? Come on.
Gail.
I saw you but didn't see you. Now, for those of you who don't know Gail, she's a social media wizard for the Blue Jays. I mean, I can't tell you how many times during that negotiation process when things were, touchy, that woman would get on there and advocate completely for, not the Jays per se, but the idea of having them here and why they were important and for the city and for me, frankly, because I was the one getting beat up over it. So I really, and she's all over social media. I see her all the time doing stuff, and I really do appreciate your advocacy. And that is also something that not all committee members on any committee does, but it's wonderful to see. So it shows the difference, really, like the passion there. So I do appreciate that. But I wanted to jump on something that Commissioner Franny said, and that was, why the committee started. And that's why we usually start any committee. It's because there's wrangling going on in the community, and we want to get residents involved and have a say and help with making it better. And that's exactly what you did. It's like the model that Jennifer was speaking to. I also want to just take a minute to recognize Flip Donahue.
Oh, I thought about him.
I mean, he was on it from the beginning. I remember him inviting me to his house. And he was showing me his baseball collection and all his stuff. He, along with his son Kevin, and then his granddaughter, Jeanette, had to be the biggest supporters of baseball in our city. I mean, I don't think I ever met anybody that loved the fact that we had baseball in the city more than Flip Donahue. And he was on the committee for quite a while until he became ill.
I'm just going to add to that, because I think V. Donahue's celebration of life was
Right.
actually at the stadium.
At the stadium.
And she was killed in a car accident.
Yeah.
So.
You can never talk about Flip without B.
That's
You
true.
can't.
No,
Yeah,
that's
just
true.
amazing
I had the
contributors.
opportunity- I served with him.
Yeah.
He would come to the meetings and he'd have all the batting averages, knew all the scores of all the games.
Like
And he'd
that
go
was
through this whole
prevalent
thing.
to your subject, but he had it. Yeah, he was great, and I just want to acknowledge, I do want to acknowledge him because he was part of the starting of it, really, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah, I think he was one of the main drivers of getting it going.
Okay, is there any public input? I don't see any, I'm
I
going
had one suggestion.
Sure.
So if this is the model, and we're sunsetting, wouldn't it be nice as a commission and as the sunsetting committee to do like a lunch or a dinner together to, just commemorate the sunset of a very significant committee?
I think it would be great.
That would be wonderful.
We could arrange something.
Steve Spine?
Yeah.
No, I think the citizens would agree this is a very good
No,
experience.
no, that would be nice.
Could be a night at the minor league game, spring training, one of the baseball games.
I was thinking something a little better than a hot dog, though, okay? Sorry. And,
Only if Shelby's doing fireworks. I had to throw that in, sorry.
we're just-
Okay, so we need to have a motion to direct staff to bring back a resolution repealing this committee's establishing resolution for the Stadium Advisory Committee. Can I have that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Franny, is there a second?
Second, I hate to do that.
I know. Vice Mayor Kynes. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay. No, just-
Stop it. Motion passes unanimously. We'll get back with you on our little
Okay, thank you.
group thing.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Okay, fiscal year 2022, second budget amendment.
So
Les.
Ashley actually reminds me that we do have $5,000 set aside as a business plan initiative for boards and committees,
Oh, there you go.
so we can figure something out.
Something out.
Thank you, Ashley.
All right, we have Resolution 22-10 by title only. Hillary, I had to remember you're not Nikki. Would you please read that resolution by title only?
Yes, Mayor. Resolution 2210, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dunedin, Florida, amending the city's operating and capital budgets for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2021, and ending September 30th, 2022, and providing for an effective date. This has been the reading of Resolution 2210 by title only.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Commissioner Franny, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Gao, thank you. Les?
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Les
Morning.
Tyler, the Finance Director, here with Ashley Kempton, our Budget Manager. And as mentioned, this is our second budget amendment for this year, and I'll briefly go over the changes we have. The total impact on fund balance is shown on page 3 of the staff report, and that dollar amount is $2,291,000 in total in various funds. And I'll start with the general fund. We had an increase in expenditures of $20,842 for a citywide exterior painting project. We had an increase of $1,510 for the cost of Dunedin Fine Arts Center, and a $10,300 increase for the cost of the MLK Center, and also $9,000 for Fire Station 60. This results in a decrease in fund balance, and this item was presented to the Commission on December 14th, 2021. We had an increase in revenue and expenditures both of $9,100 for the purchase and subsequent reimbursement from Pinellas County for a trailer for our fireboat, and that has no net impact on fund balance. We had an increase in expenditures of $33,600 for an increase for the classification and comp study, organizational study that is currently underway. The total contract is $113,600, and it's being split between the general fund of $73,600, the building fund $20,000, and the water wastewater fund $20,000. This BA will increase the general fund's budget from $40,000 to $73,600, and it results in a decrease in fund balance. And this item was presented to the Commission on April 19th Commission meeting. Also had a net increase in expenditures of $14,200 for repairs to the fireboat. One of the motor heads went out and had to be replaced, and that's a decrease in fund balance. We also had an increase in revenue and expenditures both of $10,000 for the Library of Florida Humanities Grant. The grant proceeds are expected to be $10,000, of which $9,500 will be spent on the exhibit area for the Kellogg Mansion virtual immersive experience, and $500 on printing and flyer and brochures, and a foam board that will go with the exhibit. And there's no impact on fund balance. That's a grant. Had an increase in the revenue budget of $2,020,000 for our ARPA revenue replacement funds in our general fund. The revenue replacement funds of just over $2 million. They were included in an estimate for the 2021 year, but we moved it to be in the fiscal year 22 budget as a federal grant. So this results in an increase in fund balance in the general fund. And there's also a budget amendment in the ARPA fund that's reducing revenue for this same dollar amount. And this was discussed at the City's Commission workshop on February 8th, 2022, where we had an ARPA workshop. And moving to the next fund, which is the Parkland Impact Fee Fund, we had an increase in expenditures of $500,000, and that was for the purchase of the Jerry Lake, which was in addition to the Gladys Douglas Preserve project. And this results in a decrease in fund balance, and that was presented to the Commission on April 19th. Next is the Building Fund. We had an increase in expenditures of $78,720, and that was for additional intergovernmental implementation days that were needed and to cover those days, and that results in a decrease in fund balance, and that was presented to the Commission on April 5th, 2022. And then we have a few in the ARPA, our American Rescue Plan Act fund. The first is an increase in expenses of $625,000 for broadband internet fiber cabling to the EOC project. This was presented to the Commission on March 8th, 2022. We also had an increase in expenditures of $550,000 for our ARPA nonprofit grants. The City Commission approved the use of ARPA funding for financial assistance to nonprofit grants on February 8th, and also there was a presentation down on April 5th workshop where the Commission was presented the ARPA plan, and that results in a decrease to fund balance in the ARPA fund. We also have an increase in expenditures of $249,665 for cybersecurity training and equipment. That was presented to the Commission on April 5th, 2022. We had an increase in expenditures also for $23,448 for NeoGov software for the HR department. It's a recruitment retention initiative, and that results in a decrease in fund balance. And that was presented to the Commission on April 25th, 2022 as well. We had an increase in expenditures of $72,725 for the purchase of a special rescue ATV vehicle for the fire department. And that was presented to the Commission on May 17th, 2022. And then we have one in the solid waste fund also. We had a reclassification of $344,500 from our residential solid waste department to the correct department. It should have been our commercial solid waste department, so it was really an accounting entry. And we also had an increase in the solid waste vehicle budget of $376,000 for the purchase of truck number 473. That truck was originally scheduled to be purchased in 2023, but we moved it to 22 due to the extended lead times in getting those vehicles to us. So and that will be offset by lease financing of $376,000. And that was presented to the Commission on January 18th, 2022. And next is the Marina Fund. We had a couple in the Marina Fund. An increase in expenses of $440,000 for the marina rate study. The scope of the project was designed to assist the city in reviewing and updating its current 10-year financial plan. That item was a delegated authority memo signed on May 13th, 2022. And also in the Marina Fund, we had an increase in expenses of $43,700 for the increased cost for the marina electrical panel replacement project. The original budget was $60,000, and the bids came in at $98,825. And there was also $4,700 needed for some engineer consulting, and the results of that was a net decrease in position, and that was presented to the Commission on July 12th, 2022. And the last fund is the Health Fund, and we had a reclassification here of $154,400, and that's really an accounting entry, and basically this is for the gearing consulting fees that they provide to us. They were previously included in the claims paid general ledger line item, and we're moving that to the other contractual line item, and there's no net impact on that change. And also want to mention attachment C shows our estimated fund balance in all the funds that have amendments today. It shows the beginning fund balance and also shows the 23 estimated available fund balance at the end of this fiscal year, the end of 22. All funds meet or exceed the reserve targets, and that concludes our comments. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Les. Are there questions for Les? No? Yes, ma'am.
I just have one, and I mentioned this to Jennifer yesterday, but I'm just going to ask it. So on the Tyler, the money for the extra days for training, I guess. So, and maybe it's just how it's written, but it kind of makes it seem like Tyler didn't have enough staff. We took a hiatus because of COVID. Now we don't have enough days on the contract, so now we're going to pay more money, which seems kind of, so can you just kind of explain why we're spending more money when it seems like it's not our fault?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think actually, when you look at the extra days that we need, it was definitely an issue with Tyler as far as their trainers and getting their trainers to come to the city of Dunedin. They wouldn't allow their trainers to travel. And it's very difficult to train, remotely or via Zoom on this type of a thing. And this is as it pertains to EnerGov. Also, the city, there were some delays on the city side as well. So the issue is that we need the extra days because we've had staff turnover, and some of our staff have not had any opportunity to work with Tyler. And we need the extra days in order to get Tyler here, get their trainer here, and we have a date specific to get their trainer here. And I think that what we need to do is move forward with, I think it's $78,000 for the trainers to come the days. We have exhausted all the days that we had in our contract, to be sure.
But is there a credit of some type because they couldn't come here and they weren't doing it? Because it seems like there should be some kind of credit on their side for the time they didn't do.
Right, and so we have been working with Tyler, and I think that we need to continue to work with Tyler to get credit for those days. We have not been seeking the credit because we need to get them here so that we can finish this project. The contract is not complete. Yeah, the contract is not complete at this point. And so I think that we need to go after those credits, and I will do so at the direction of the City Commission as well.
Okay.
Also, we're bringing to you in September, during the workshop, the ERP update, and we can talk more about it at that point.
And this has already been approved.
Yes.
All we're doing today is approving
budget
the
amendment.
amendment to the budget, so,
No, I understand, but remember, when we talked about it, we talked about a lot of stuff, and we were basically waiting for our big update. So to me, there's still a lot of stuff up in the air, and this is a lot of money, and, there's a lot of things going on with Tyler, irritating. But again,
And that's noted.
expect you guys to move forward.
We have had our attorney, Nikki Day's been on this, along with Fred Springer out of Tallahassee, so we're on it, yeah.
Commissioner Torn, got anything?
Yes, thank you. I have just a couple things. First of all, one of them is on the boat. I believe we got $60,000 in the budget for this year for 2 new engines or engine replacement, or I'm not sure what will come out of that, but probably 2 new engines. We just had the head done on this engine, but I guess that can go for the replacement side of the new engine, so that may bring down the cost of the $60,000, because that should be a good running engine now, it would seem.
It would seem that.
So the trade-ins that we make, was that included in the $60,000 for the new engines, do you know? We got 2 new engines, there's 2 engines on there, I believe they're 200 horse.
It's 2025, right?
Yeah, it's
that's not
further
in
out.
here, is it?
It's not 23. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying we have it in the budget, it's in the budget for
in the
that
plan.
sum of money.
Got it.
And
Good morning, Jeff Parks, Fire Chief. Yes, we have it in the budget. Our plan was to go to 2025 to replace them, but unfortunately, the one engine didn't make it. So I would still leave, right now as a caution, leave that there, so that we're sure that we have the money when it comes time to change those out, but yes.
so my single point was, we now have probably a good running engine, and it might even be beneficial to that 60,000, which is off into the future. Just wanted to make that point. Also, a second question on the boat trailer. This is a classic, and I had a good discussion with the city manager about this. We look at it and we say $9,000 or whatever the number is. We're buying a new that's a new trailer. We're buying a new trailer, and then we have a tendency to say, oh well, look, we're going to get reimbursed. So okay, moving right along. But who's going to reimburse us? The county. I'm a member of the county. I pay taxes to the county. So it's really not free to us. I'm paying for it, and that comes down to accountability. So when you have a boat trailer, generally, if someone were to ask me, what would you do for, this is small money, but it's the concept that I'm talking about here. If somebody were to ask me, John, what should I do? Should I buy a boat trailer? And I would say, no, you rent a boat trailer. If your boat is always going to be in the water, you rent a boat trailer. Why do you rent a boat trailer? Well, because you don't have to store it. Number 2, you don't have to take care of it. Number 3, you don't have to worry about where it is. People actually lose track of their trailers, or they lend them to somebody, or what have you. But boat trailers take a tear, and they can be expensive to repair. So I just wanted to bring that up. Did we look at?
Can I comment on that part?
Yeah, I'm asking, did we?
Yes, the reason we have a boat trailer, that boat is capable of going anywhere in Pinellas County. So if there's a plane crash in Tampa Bay, we would probably be there, because they take every boat that they could get to get there. And it gives us the opportunity to store it behind Station 60 where our truck is, that we pull it. So we could be in the marina within about 10 minutes and get it loaded, probably be on the road within 30 minutes. To the other side of the bay, or to Tampa Bay if we had to. That's our purpose. The other part is we take it to Boat Motor Superstore up in Palm Harbor to have service done on it, and that's regular. I don't know the exact schedule but it's a motor service. A lot of the time it's up there. So it's actually there right now, having a radar unit put on it. So.
Up to now, we've been renting the trailer to get it up there?
No, sir. No, we had an original, when we bought the boat, we had a trailer. The axle went out on it. We got some estimates for cost, and it was just by time you finished with the estimate, it was time to get a new boat there, a new trailer that actually was going to last us a lot longer than one we have, so.
I'll just make a quick comment. I really appreciate the emergency side of this. So I think that's fantastic. So I did want to hear some of the input to that.
Yeah, it's ready to go anytime,
Thank you.
anywhere.
Can I piggyback this
Sure,
one?
yes.
How often have we actually done that, taken it somewhere else?
It has not gone, we actually trailered it down to Eckerd College for a course that they had, the county was putting on. We went down there for that. We have not responded to the other shore for anything at this point, but
Thank God.
I'm not saying it couldn't happen.
No, I agree. Yeah. And how often do we actually use the trailer? I mean, is it like,
Well, like I say, for maintenance purposes, we do that. We do training. All of our boat operators are trained on how to use the trailer and get the boat out of the marina. So it's frequent. I mean, lately with the issues we've been having with the boat, it's been at the repair shop more than it's been here. So we've had it on the trailer for
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
lately.
well, we're lucky enough to have storage too, so that, but it's a great question. I mean, in principle, it really is a good question, an exercise glad that you went through it.
And then another subject, if you wish, Chief. This is about a rate study for the marina. So when a decision was made to do a rate study, when we obviously went out on it for a bid, or we talked to somebody about this case study. 3 questions. First of all, what did this study give us that we didn't already have in the study that we had from 2020 for Clearwater? Second of all, what were the ranges of the bid? I don't know that at all. And then third of all, what is it that we really are fundamentally attempting to search for here that we don't already know or have?
Let me just say something real quick. Answer his questions for sure, but the subject of this resolution and the motion we made is about the amendment. We have already approved that study. So I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, and I'm not saying that in any disrespectful way to either one of you. Certainly answer his questions, but we've had this conversation already, and I just want to focus on what the motion is about. But please answer his question.
Yes. Good morning. Jorge Quintas, Deputy City Manager. Yes, Commissioner, as the mayor indicated, we brought this one before you, I think, a couple weeks ago. The purpose of the rate study, and we've had we had a pretty extensive kickoff meeting. I want to say it lasted 3 or 4 hours at the end of July. We had finance, operations, and several other staff members there with the consultant Rafti Ellis. The purpose of the rate study, as we discussed previously, is to look at not only operational and capital costs. Going forward, we will look at a 10-year window. Most likely, we'll come back with a recommendation for a rate indexed rate over 5 years that then we can revisit 5 years later to see if that needs to be adjusted. But they will look at least a 10-year window for those costs. We will benchmark against other marinas and other facilities that provide a similar service. We will look at costs, look at financing if necessary. We will adjust capital project costs based on what was previously done. As we all know, those costs have been increasing. Bless you. We will try to incorporate things that we anticipate that might come to us via the master plan that's also budgeted in this fiscal year. So in general, trying to look at a long-range plan that will be a self-sustaining rate analysis and benchmark it against other marinas in the area and the state that provide similar services. As far as costs, we had 3 different quotes. One was from Moffitt Nichols. To be perfectly honest, it was about a 1-page quote and a very low dollar amount, and we did not feel that it provided what we're looking for. The second quote was from Rafti Ellis, the firm that was awarded the work. I'll let Les and others chime in, but I was very impressed with the folks that they're bringing to the table that will be doing the analysis. And the last one was from Stantec, which I want to say was about $10,000 more than what the award was for Rafty Ellis. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak to this item, they're more than welcome to do so. Seeing or hearing none, come back to the commission. Any final comments? Commissioner Franny?
No.
Commissioner Gowan?
No. We have a motion on the table, correct?
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a final comment, if I may.
Sure.
I'm going to be voting no for this, and singularly for the marina, for the monies that were spent. The justification that I heard previously and continues, I've heard from too many people. We have most of that information. We have all of that information. And this is an enterprise fund, and the requirement for benchmarking to the degree that someone may think we need, we don't. And we used to do 20 and 30 year out, so by year. So just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. First thing I want to say is when I went through this report, and I know you've been doing it for a while, both of you, but I remember at Commissioner Gow's request, you all started adding the footnote of when we approve these things, and now that we're only doing this, what is it, quarterly or something? It's less that, we were only doing it like once a year for a while, and then we went to every month, and now we're at quarterly, which is much better, I'm sure, for all of you as it is for us, but you forget. And so that was such a helpful tool, you know, as a person in my position that has to go through this, oh yeah, we approved it. And I do want to remind everybody that, you know, these projects have either been approved by the commission or approved by the city manager under her delegated authority. So they're already either in the works or whatever. What we're doing here today is simply approving the shift of the money of wherever it's going and adjusting the budget so that the budget, and that's part of GFOA's process policies, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, but the projects themselves have already been approved. They've already been, you know, started. I will comment on the marina thing, and I appreciate you've been real diligent about it, John. I mean, you have, every chance you've gotten, you have said that you don't like this idea. One of the things I want to say is just in communicating with you, when we were going through, it was around the dredging time, which everybody was angry about, as we know. Our people did do their own study, and they did come forward with something, and everybody was unhappy with it. Everybody was unhappy with what their conclusions were. The way they made their conclusions, not the way, the type of conclusions they made. And so many people disagreed with it that I think the reason everybody decided to go down this road of getting a consultant, which, by the way, we do for every other enterprise fund, was because it would bring transparency, it would bring an outside viewpoint, and someone that has looked at marinas. You know, everybody's accusing us of not having experience with marinas, so we're getting people that do this. So I think that's why it's happening, even though I understand why you don't want to do it, that's why it occurred. And I'm definitely supportive of it. So, roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Kynes? Aye. Commissioner Tornga?
Nay.
Commissioner Dow?
Aye.
Commissioner Franny?
Aye.
Mayor Bujalski?
Aye, and that motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have the proposed agenda for the August 30th work session. Please note that the artisan lease agreement will need to be moved from August 30th to September 13th.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
One other thing, you have a very important item on that agenda, which is the city manager's annual
Oh, that's right,
performance
and that's moving
evaluation.
too.
So I've heard from the, I've heard from the majority of you that you would like to see it on Thursday, September 15th.
Are you kidding me?
I need to roll it because,
I already got mine in.
yeah, you did. I need to put together my goals
I
for
got
all
the
of you.
application.
I don't do mine until she finishes
Yeah,
her accomplishment.
it was emailed
Same.
to all of you. We're putting together those accomplishments for all of you. I'll have them to you by the end of the week. It may not give you enough time to really go through this, so if you could, please reschedule this for September 15th.
Okay.
Well, then we won't have a lot on the 30th,
No, there's still some.
but it's second readings. Oh, no.
No.
It'll be the
We have a few things.
It's a Tuesday, so there's a workshop item.
Right,
There's quite a bit.
yeah.
okay.
No, but September 1st has nothing. We'll talk about that on Thursday. Did you notice that?
No.
September 1st only has a proclamation celebrating Our Lady of Lourdes.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm like, okay. All right, so we're going to move that to the
I knew it was one
15th.
of them.
Yeah, it was,
It was
yeah.
like-
I can deliver that for you.
You can what?
I can deliver that for you.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the August 30th work session agenda with those two changes?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Franny and Commissioner Twonka, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. All right, it is after 10, and I said at 10 o'clock we would do the Finance Board annual report. So I don't see Dave.
No, I mean, Mr. Oro is here.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
come on down. Anybody with the Finance Board?
Yeah, I'd like to introduce Mel Ora, the Board of Finance is the Vice Chair, and also Robert Kennedy, the Budget Subcommittee Chair, here today to present the Board of Finance report. And I'll turn it over to Mel.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm just going to make a couple of comments, and I'm going to turn it over to Robert to go through the report. I wanted to thank Les and Ashley and Tammy for their continued support of our efforts in oversight, and I have to say it's been a pleasure working with these folks. All the communication has been timely, the accuracy of the report's been outstanding, and the interaction during our meetings has been great, and the things that we can't discuss during the meeting are followed up promptly and accurately, so thanks to Les and his team very much. Of course, it all starts at the top with Jennifer and you folks, so thank you so much. I have copies of the report here for you. And I'll turn it over to Robert, and he'll take you through the details.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. I want to echo what Mel said. Les, Tam, and Ashley have been fantastic in this whole process, and so thank you very much. We really appreciate it. If you take a look at the report, I think in general, the Board of Finance has reviewed in detail the budget that was submitted to us. And pretty much, of course, across the board, I think we're all in agreement with everything that we've seen. So I think that there's nothing that's really outstanding to us that we feel needs to be addressed specifically. The Dunedin Golf Course was something that we focused in on quite a bit through the budget process. We had numerous meetings on that situation, and we think that we are all headed in the right direction as a whole. We look forward to getting some periodic updates of how that goes, but as of right now, it looks like we're all headed in the right direction with the golf course, so that was a big piece for us. Millage rate, there has been some discussion on the millage rate reduction. The Board of Finance have discussed this at length, and we feel that the reduction should not be considered at this point. I know there's some intent to alleviate the financial stress and things like that, but when you actually look at it, I think the average savings was about $26 per household. And so that 1.4 million resulting strain on the budget, we felt is really unnecessary at this point. So we suggest no millage rate reduction in the budget. We had a lot of great meetings. Back on May 18th, we met with Vince for the Parks and Recreation Department. We looked at the pickleball courts, the golf club improvements again, the Gladys Douglas project, and the pool restoration. And we looked at all of those at length, and we enjoyed to hear the presentations about that. Those all look like really good projects that we're looking forward to seeing to fruition. On June 15th, we met with Bob Ironsmith. We talked about the CRA, the parking, and the parking garage proposal, the downtown master plan, so we spent some time That was a great meeting. Thank you very much to Bob for that great presentation. And then on June 29th, we talked to Dr. Teresa Smallings for the employee attrition, right? We know that's a big concern and a big strain on the budget. Also, the competitive salary study. We had a lot of conversation around that. And then finally, we talked about the healthcare and the benefits cost increase. So we looked at a lot of aspects of the budget, and we also talked to a lot of the experts in the city, and we were very happy with that. So moving forward, I think you saw in the note that there's a number of capital projects proposed in the next few years, and we think that we should probably just be a little cautious when we come to those things, right? Especially with the economic downturn that we see that's happening now, that could be an opportunity for better pricing from the RFPs and things that are going to go out. As things come down, we think that maybe construction would be a little easier, and so we want to make sure that everybody takes a good look at some of those RFIs that we're going to be putting out, making sure that we have opportunities to see if we can save some money in those. And I think that's just about it for the report. I'll open it up to see if you have any questions for us.
I am sure there is. I will start with Vice Mayor. Anything?
No, I just, it's been such a pleasure to see the working relationship that has been created here. Ashley, Les, City Manager, I really appreciate that. It's been, I've seen it where it was really rocky. I mean, it was not a good working relationship. And to me, that just says a world of, the respect everybody has for the staff and they have for you. And I'm very pleased to see that. Thank you. And thank you for all the time you put in. It truly is amazing.
That was our pleasure.
And we do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gowan,
No questions, but trying to echo Commissioner Vice Mayor Kynes' comments. Whoever she is. The woman in pink. The woman in pink. Because the role that you play is so vitally important to this community. And when you see the rocky conditions in which they've been in historically, that makes everybody uncomfortable. But I know that the city has worked very hard on trying to bridge those rocky relationships. And it's nice that we all seem to be working together. And so it's wonderful to see situations like this, that you're not afraid to speak your mind, and you've got concerns about the future, and that you're comfortable telling us that. And those are things that we need to hear. But when we are getting things right, it's equally as important that you acknowledge back to us that, you're on the right path. And so it's nice that you're that outside factor, especially representing the residents looking back in and just sharing the information that you see. So thank you for the job that you do. It's greatly appreciated.
questions?
Yeah, I'll just, no, I don't have any questions, but I'm just going to, certainly want to recognize your chair, Dave Leffert, and I just the whole evolution of the committee and the importance of the committee. I know how hard you guys work. I mean, I know we have a lot of hardworking committees, but you guys put in a ton of work, and it's so important. And I look at some of the, just the level of the credibility of the people on your committee and how hard you're studying this. I know the golf course is definitely not a rubber stamp. It's going in the direction the finance board wanted it to go 5 years ago and continued to say it, and it's slowly evolved there. But I mean, again, I also appreciate your commentary on the millage rate, as well as your commentary about being careful right now, because we do, like we've all said up here, we don't want to spend exorbitant amounts on these capital projects that are going to have to be done when, that may stress us and we won't get as much for the dollar, and you wait a little bit longer, you get more for the dollar. So I just can't say enough about the hard work you all put into this and the respectful way you communicate, kind of the feelings that you have about what we really need to do. It really helps us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Torga?
Thank you.
Your former comrades?
She's responding to the fact that I served on the Board of Finance and I was the chair of the Board of Finance and had a delightful time while we were serving the city. I appreciate your comments very much regarding a sort of a long-term, meaning more than 2 years, where we could end up. We all hear these R words, et cetera. We all know that we have a severe inverted yield curve. I've gone through all of these stuff before in the budget meetings here, talking about the inflation rates, et cetera, and some of the severe issues that we really could get hit with. And that's pending. And in fact, we're right in the middle of that right now. So I thank you for that comment, and I strongly support that. I'm very, very aggressively suggesting that we step back a bit and wherever we can and wherever we think we need to. There are a couple things and it was good that I prefaced, because I want to make a couple comments about some of the information that's in here. There was a reference to $24. Now, if $24 savings for an individual, and I'm just going to give you some information here because I understand that I may look at this now differently than what you do, just a bit, okay? I mean, I would look at it from a financial side, and then I also look at it probably a little bit more, as I should, at the constituents that I'm involved with. So I guess you kind of probably look a little bit more like, how are you serving us, and what information do you have? And then take a little bit of the other into consideration, because you're residents and citizens. So if it's $24, if that's the savings per year, if you look at it, it's an issue of us saying, is it a $1.8 million that we're going to be taking in, and I'll reference that in a moment, or is it 1.4? Let's just use 1.4. So if it's 1.4, if you do some quick math, that would mean we'd have 58,000 residents here, and we don't. Okay, far fewer than that. And as a matter of fact, I'll quote from a communication from Mike Twitty, just to give a quick input. 64% of our residential parcels are homesteaded, just 64. But there's a lot of rentals in there, et cetera, et cetera. But if you look at it and said, well, if there were 10,000 residents, and there's probably less than that are on the tax rolls, that would be at least $140. Okay, it wouldn't be $24. So there's a big separation there in some statistics here. And I'm bringing that up because I'll be discussing that with these folks up here in a little bit, because it is a stark difference. So since I'm talking about it now, here was a communication from Mike Twitty. Hi, John. At some point, 64% of our residential parcels are homesteaded. Under a full rollback, a homesteader with a taxable value of $340 would pay approximately $154 less than last year. And this is interesting. There were about 1,087 unique qualified residential sales, 6.6% of total residents that sold, and the median sale price was $325,000, close to that $340 of all residentials, including single-family condos, manufactured homes, and co-ops. So I understand that we may have a little difference here in numbers, and so that's neither here nor there. I just want to make that point. And then the point that I'll be making later is my concern for the individuals and what we are attempting to do up here for some relief, okay? And I'll point out later, the relief is not huge, and I understand that. Whether it's 24 or whether it's 154 or 155, whatever the number is, it's still a relief. So I appreciate that very much, and certainly I appreciate all the time that the Board of Finance spends. And I appreciate your inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Torngo. Sorry, I lost my place on my agenda here. So I was so impressed. Well, I was really impressed with your final report, but I was especially impressed with, you added some extra information today. And it was something that we had, when we met with the finance board, what was that, like 4 years ago, maybe? At a maybe our annual strategic meeting or something. And we said, we don't want to know about the line item, we want to know about the bigger issues. And everything you read off on your notes were the big issues. And I'm just, because that's where we are as policymakers. We have experts to go over the line items, you know? And that, it just impressed the heck out of me, because that's exactly what we asked for, just like what you were saying. So thank you so much, because it is the big issues that are going to cost you the most, you know? And the big issues are the things that the residents care the most about. So that was, you know, important to me. The millage rate discussion, I'm sure you're going to talk about it again later. Les, you've given us information on those numbers, so I appreciate that. That's what I was back looking for, whatever that was. So I don't want to debate whether, I want to go with whatever you all tell me it is. But I will say that none of us have a crystal ball as to what's coming. And I know, John, you've talked a lot about the curve and everything, but there's a lot of other factors that are telling us something a little bit different. That's kind of keeping us, and you're just not sure which way it's going to go. It's certainly a reason to be cautious. But the biggest issue we are facing in this city is the rise of cost in everything we do. Supply and demand. Our employees who are facing, you know, the inflation costs, and that's, you know, that inflation, that the rise of costs isn't going to go away tomorrow. That's going to take a couple of years at least to level out, and it's still going to stay higher, because who wants to reduce their price, even if it costs them less? So our employees are feeling the crunch with government salary. So we're having to address that. And if we're going to serve this community with the high property values that they have a very high expectation. I mean, the only way we can really get around all of these extra costs is to start cutting services. I mean, yeah, we can move out projects, but that's not what's killing us. It's the operational and the maintenance and stuff. If you look at that line, you know, general fund, that's what you see. And so if we reduce the money that's coming in, we got to reduce that. I'm not prepared to do that, because that means we can't give the kind of raises that we want to do. That means that we can't keep up with the maintenance level of our entire community to the level that has been expected. So for me, I do agree with your reasoning for whatever the amount of money is. It's symbolic, and I appreciate the symbolic. It's not that I don't think it's important. I think we need more information. On the, what was the next item? Oh, the moving ahead. I totally agree with you. Something's going to have to give. Our issue is ARPA. We get this amount of money, and it tells you have to spend it by X. So it sounds easy that we can just, oh, let's just move a bunch of stuff out, which, you know, we've heavily debated here, understanding that it's costing us more to do this, and what sense does that make? And it doesn't. But you can't just throw away money for principle. And if you get $18 million from the federal government that says go spend it in the community, which, by the way, is providing jobs, so that helps in that whole economic factor, you got to do something with it. You don't want to send it back. Somebody else is going to get it. And you want our citizens to benefit for that. So that's why we can't just, push it out. And I think that Jennifer will be looking at all of that in the month of September, trying to determine, because everything is going to cost. It makes no sense. It makes no sense that we have to spend money that's going to be more expensive in both ways, really, interest and construction costs and all that, and it all has to be, it all has to be a certain kind of thing. So you guys have been through a hard year, probably trying to understand that. What do you have to use ARPA for? Why do you have to do it now? And we're asking the same questions. I just want to thank you all as well as everybody else has. You've done an outstanding job, and I gained a lot out of it. I say we, all of us. And I want to take a special moment because, as Deborah, everybody said, there was a time where it was rocky for differences of opinion, for not getting the information quickly, for focusing on line items versus big things, for all different kinds of things. But I want to thank Jennifer, who committed to make sure that we would start to get something better. I want to thank Les and Ashley, because we've all heard past finance directors, they weren't appreciated like these two are.
Correct.
So I think it's the formula of the people and the goals that everybody set and everybody rowing in the direction. So I really want to thank all
I'm
of you.
just going to add Dave Leffert.
And Dave, yeah, I'm sorry. Dave's not standing in front of me. We know Dave. I've talked to Dave plenty of times.
Every time that committee with Dave's leadership added a person, they really thought about, critical thinkers who also didn't get into the personal stuff, just, really worked hard to stay in critical thinking and what's good for the city.
Yep.
Dave couldn't be with us this morning, had some personal family obligations. But a comment I'll make, it's a lot easier to worry about spending ARPA money than worrying about COVID.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
That's the bright side, right? And, I have every faith in Jennifer, Jorge, and Les that, as things progress, better or worse, that they will all make the recommendations we need and to be good stewards. So thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor, for your comments.
Mhm. And I know I said 10:15 for the aid organization, but I think it might be better if we just take a quick break.
Good idea.
And then we'll come back. So we'll be gone 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Could you
Welcome back, everybody. All right, we're going to go right into aid.org. Jennifer, did you have any opening remarks about aid.org?
No, Mayor. Thank you. I think we get straight to it.
Okay, and let me just say to the organizations that are here, we will give you an opportunity to speak, but don't feel like you have to. I mean, I'm just saying. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying, some people don't like to make presentations. You will not be judged on that. Okay, Les.
Okay, thank you. The aid.org subcommittee met 2 times on July 1st and July 18th to discuss the 2023 civic partner information as well as the aid organization's grant submittals. The committee consists of the city manager, library director Phyllis Gorshey, and also finance director myself. The 23 total budget proposed for civic partners and aid to social cultural organizations totals $148,000 in the commission's budget. This includes $35,000 for civic partner Dunedin Fine Arts Center and $35,000 for civic partner Dunedin Historical Museum, and $70,000 for aid to social cultural and nonprofit organizations. And I want to mention that totals $140,000, so there's also $8,000 currently available to be awarded during fiscal year 23. The civic partner requests are on the slide before you, and I want to mention in the far left column, it shows the fiscal year 23 requested amount levels, and if you go to the right, there's to the right, not the far right column, but next to it, it says subcommittee recommended column. That's the recommendation for the subcommittee, and that totals $70,000 recommended in total, $35,000 for each of the civic partners. And we also added another column to the far right. We wanted to show the ARPA nonprofit grant that is being recommended for funding in 2022 for information purposes to share with the commission. And moving to the next slide, this is for our aid to social culture nonprofit organizations. The far left column again is showing the requested amounts for each of the organizations. And then on the right is the subcommittee recommendation for each of the nonprofits. The total of all of them is $70,000. And again, we've added the ARPA nonprofit being recommended for those organizations, if there is any, on the far right as well. That concludes our general comments, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, and I know, Jennifer, do you want to talk a little bit about Dunedin Cares? Right off the bat, so we don't, because, I mean, we've all, I'm sure, had the same conversation with you about it.
Right. So when you looked at your American Rescue Plan Act grant awards, because it was based upon the operating budget from 2019, and Dunedin Cares really doesn't do an operating budget. They're, food in, food out type of a thing. So their award via that grant was $3,681, which was a whole lot less than we had originally thought it would be. So we actually did some additional research. I had conversations with all of you, actually, about the amount awarded to Dunedin Cares. There is a line item under ARPA, and Les did the research with Wood O'Brien, that awards additional funding to food pantries and nourishment for children.
In specific.
Right, specific.
In specific.
Right, exactly. And so, what we were concerned was that the American Rescue Plan Act funding program that we set up was an objective grant, meaning the playing field is the same for everybody. And that way we would depart from any subjectivity on behalf of staff or the city commissioner or whatever we're doing for American Rescue Plan Act funding, but for the fact that we discovered later on about food pantries. So we did a little bit of additional research regarding food pantries. We only have one in the city of Dunedin, and they are here today. Under those auspices, the City Commission can actually award additional American Rescue Plan Act funding to Dunedin Cares. I don't think that there is specifically a dollar amount that we would need to look at, but that is available to all of you.
So you can work with your people as far as our budget goes and them, and come back with a recommendation to us?
Yes.
And can I just ask one more thing? I think, Jennifer, you also talked about food pantry and child nutrition.
Yes.
So that was one of the criteria.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Les, did I miss anything? Is there anything you need to say about that?
No, that's right. I mean, we'd have to go back and research only because we know we can award up to the $25,000, but we can do more research and work with them and determine
Okay.
the different amounts.
So you'll come back with an additional funding request?
Yes.
Or additional whatever?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good to know. And then the other thing I wanted to ask you again, before we get into major conversation, is the hub. Because that has also been a request that didn't fall into either one of these.
So the hub is the Chamber of Commerce's business incubator. On
Right.
the second floor of the Chamber building. The Chamber had come to us some time ago and requested funding for their hub. They put together a business plan, which was a very good business plan. It was, I would say, aggressive in terms of what they wanted to accomplish. It would appear that they're accomplishing what they wanted for the hub. We didn't award any additional funding at that point. We weren't sure what, how it would turn out with the CARES Act funding, with the American Rescue Plan Act funding, and all those sorts of things. Again, the ARPA funding was an objective grant. We wanted the same, level playing field for everybody. That said, we have $35,000 in our budget in economic development, and it's general fund budget, for the FBI Business Incubator, which, as you know, you did not decide to fund that project. So that funding is available to you up to, for the hub. I wouldn't recommend that you go the full
No.
35,000, but,
Not yet, but-
right, but that's something also that we could have a look at. We were, as staff, a little concerned at the very get-go about how the offices would be used, whether they would be for the business incubation or private offices that they're realizing revenue off of, and those types of things. So we want to do a little bit of additional research, but I think at this point, the way that it's operating, from what I see, it's a successful incubator, and I think that that the city should support it.
And frankly, we need to have benchmarks, which we did not really have with the previous organization.
Exactly, and they
Right.
did incorporate some benchmarks in their business plan as well.
So that you'll bring something up about that back,
We can bring those two items back to you.
so they don't have to be mixed into this conversation. Okay, very good. All right. Does anybody have any questions for Les or Jennifer before we open it up for? Sure.
Yes. I need some clarity. You can help me. So I'm looking at Exhibit C. Okay, Exhibit C, now this is ARPA money?
No.
No, this is aid to organizations, the
This
general
is-
fund.
This is the aid. So we're
Yes.
not talking about ARPA money at this point in time.
We are not.
That's right, correct.
Correct. Are we going to talk about ARPA money?
We can later, but
I'm just asking, because we got the folks here, I was just curious.
So we have on Exhibit E of the presentation today is the American Rescue Plan Act Fund Long-Range Plan. So we can touch upon it then. I know that we had discussions, so.
Right, yeah, okay, all right, good.
Yeah, and I have questions too, so I'm sure we'll talk about it today.
So just later, and some of those folks are here. and-
Sure.
Got it, thank you. I just wanted them to be clear.
Let me clarify, so
Yeah.
we're.
Yes.
Because ARPA funding for capital versus ARPA funding for the nonprofits is different.
Correct.
Aren't you showing somewhere on here where, yeah, you are, you're showing where they get the aid to org and the ARPA, so the total that they're getting from us on here.
Right.
Isn't that what you two are talking about? What the nonprofits are getting? Or are you talking about ARPA and capital?
I'm talking about all of ARPA.
okay, we'll be going with the ARPA fund. then.
You're talking
But
about
you
the
are
whole
talking
thing?
about the big discussion.
Okay, I thought, I just wanted to
No,
clarify.
it's good. Good question.
I have a question.
Sure.
And this is actually on the first attachment, and that would be for Civic Partners. Now, you have a footnote, which we asked you to do. Dunedin History Museum did receive money from Parks and Rec, ARPA special event, which I think would have been for your Orange Festival, except you're now having your 50+2. Is that correct? You're having the 50+2 event, and that is going to include having some police. That's actually what this money goes for. So I wanted to, I think it's a careful balance, and I wanted, Georgianne, you don't have an event because you have yours at the center or at the community center or your DFAC, where you don't close roads, you don't have to have the extra police. And I just want to be sure everyone understands that differentiation.
We do have police for that, to make sure that we don't block the attack.
Well, so I don't know if then they would fit under that. I don't know.
So this is a part of, if I can just,
Right.
what I think I'm hearing from you is 5-6 months ago, whenever it was, we did the whole special event funding from ARPA.
Correct.
And that, this 7,000, it was a part of that program. And it was specific to existing
prior-
events.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And their 50 plus whatever applies to that?
Well, that would be a new one. What they
Right.
basically did was they changed the Orange Festival and they took it to their special celebration. But here's the other point, to be very fair, is that Wearable Arts has been going on 16 years. Art Harvest, which is, Junior League and the Art Center, has been going on 40 years. The garden party has been held there. So I'm just saying that maybe you would like to plead a case for that you do have to use police for some of those big events.
Well, unfortunately, they didn't apply for any of that either. I mean, they were not on our list of what the city is involved in.
Or maybe Vince can talk to
That's
that.
correct. So let me
I
just-
don't
let
want
me
to make
just-
any of those
yeah, right.
decisions
Let
today.
me-
That would have to
No,
come
no,
back to
no.
us.
Right, if it wasn't enumerated within those existing events that were eligible for a special event, because there's still funding there in ARPA for special events, and if they weren't enumerated within those events, then we'll have a look at it.
Okay, so you'll have a look at it.
Right.
That's great.
Would
Thank
have to
you.
be under a different kind of criteria, right? I mean, that doesn't mean it's out of the question.
If they have police, if they have to have police for some of the big events, then I think that would be a criteria that you all could look at. I totally agree. Should be discussed later.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mayor, so this is just about the aid? to
Yeah, so what they're recommending for the
Correct.
aid org.
Correct. The rest of
Although
it,
what Deborah's saying is
R140.
ARPA.
Yeah, what Deborah's talking about is ARPA.
Which
Correct.
this is aid.
correct.
Yeah.
Just aid.
Okay, any other questions from anybody?
No, I think these guys have about done it.
Yep.
You think we've worn ourselves out?
Okay, anybody want to come forward and speak? Come on down, Alan. And Alan represents, no, the other one. Alan is with the Scottish American Society.
Scottish American Society.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor, Vice
You look
Mayor.
really good, I just have to say that.
Thank you. It's been a long road, but feeling great, so thank you very much for noticing. Alan McHale, President of Scottish American Society. And first of all, I'd just like to thank everyone, and the committee in particular, for recommending the award of $8,000 this year. We're very grateful that our commitment to the Scottish Cultural Centre and to the community at large has been recognised. We know the competition is strong and there's a lot of good cases and a lot of good people here that represent their organisations, so thank you for that. Last year, the money that we got from the city grant, we used to replace the flooring in the hall. And if you've been in there since it happened, it has changed the complete fabric of the building entirely. It's made it a lot more attractive to people who want to use it for special events for themselves, whether it be a wedding shower or a wedding reception or their own party. But it's also made it more attractive for people to come to our events as well. So that's where the money was used last year. We've also made a number of smaller changes, and even just this week we've repainted the whole of the inside of the building. So it's going to look spectacular for the coming season. Our programme has grown significantly in the last year as well. We now have about between 80 and 90 students every week taking classes in everything from bagpipes, drums, Scottish Highland dancing, country dancing. And we have a workshop and a class on a Sunday for both Scottish Gaelic language and for genealogy. And we're getting a number of people coming along that are tracing their heritage. So just as part of that programme, a week on Saturday is our very first ever Scottish Heritage Day, where people can come along, they can learn how to trace their ancestry, get a little bit about where Dunedin fits in the grand scheme of things, Scottish, what's Dunedin's history, and a little bit of Scottish history. And we're going to answer some of the silly questions we get regarding how can you get to Scotland and what do you do when you get there.
Silly question.
Yes, and no, Scotland is not a part of England, and you don't have to wear a kilt, but it's nice if you do. So we've applied for a grant for this year, and the intention with the grant money, if you are kind enough to support it, is for us to upgrade our presentation facility. In other words, our lighting, our stage, our sound, and our video. And we're going to make our events a bit more spectacular. And that's really appropriate for us this year. In 2023, the Scottish Cultural Centre, the building itself, from the earliest recollection that we can find, was first created in 1923. So it's 100 years old next year. It's 100 years old next year. It's also 40 years in 2023 since the Scottish American Society was incorporated. So we're going to have a big celebration in Tartan Week to cover that. So to have the building upgraded with stage lighting, sound, is going to be very good for us. This year we've got 10 concerts booked. We've got acts coming from Canada, from the United States, and from Scotland, which is really good. It's good to see the bands back on the road again. We've got 4 whisky tastings planned. We've also got events planned for St Andrew's Day and for Hogmanay, so Commissioner Gow will be pleased about that. We're trying to build up that as an event within Dunedin's calendar. And then, as I say, because of our celebration next year, we are bringing what is, without doubt, the biggest and best Celtic band in the world. They're coming here to do 3 shows for us. The band's called Scary Vor. If you haven't heard them, you should. This will be the 3rd or 4th time they've come to Dunedin, and we're very fortunate to get them because they are headlining literally all over the world. Last year they were very fortunate that BBC promoted them very well, so they're now in great demand. But because of the relationship that we have with them, they're going to come here during Tartan Week, and we're going to culminate that with a concert in Weaver Park at the end of the week. So the other thing we're going to do with the money, if we're lucky enough to get it, is that we're going to buy instruments for our classes. We're going to buy chanters and drum pads, and we're also going to buy more tuition books for the heritage class and for those music classes that are carrying on. So we hope we can garner your support once again. We'd love to see you at some of our events. The invites will be coming out soon. And once again, we thank you for the support you've given us in the last year. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Come on, Dunedin Cares.
Dunedin Cares is here. Long time no see, everybody.
Hopefully I helped your job a little bit.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah. Well, I'm Heath again. This is Joanne, our executive director. Mike Bowman, our VP, is right behind us here. But anyway, thank you for making time for us here. So as you know, it is our only pantry here in our city, and Dunedin Cares is a client choice pantry. Gives the opportunity for the client to come into our pantry and actually pick the food items that they need personally or for their family. And so we have less food waste, and it's also an act of kindness and compassion where they get to pick and choose for themselves. So it's an empowering an event, and we were just there this morning, and people are lining up and getting food right now as we talk. So we know that the 2003 aid, this was based on 2019 numbers. And so even though we knew what we would qualify for by the system allotted, we requested for a lot more. And the reason for this is because we've had such an increase since 2019 in what we have done. I mean, the short of it is we've increased 160% of the food that we distribute since prior to COVID. And all through COVID, it jumped up. After COVID, it jumped up. And also note, our pantry never closed during COVID. We kept taking care of people, and those numbers increased and increased. And this year, for 2023, we continue to see with the environment that we're in right now, we continue to see a high demand for food assistance. within our pantry. And Joanne and I were just looking at the numbers right now. I mean, we have 30 new clients. That means 30 new family households coming every week, 30 new ones every week. So the increase just keeps going up and up. And so the comparison to 2019 to 2023, what we're currently what we're doing and what we're going to be doing, they just don't relate. So even though we filled out all the information, we were hoping for the opportunity to have the time to just share the story and the narrative of what Dunedin Cares has done since those 2019 numbers. So thank you so much for opening this up for us to share our story and our narrative. And so, you know, it takes an entire community to take care of the needs within that community. And so that's why we appreciate you guys opening this up for us. And, you know, our slogan is neighbors helping neighbors. And so we're just asking for a little support.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And any questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We've got all kinds of numbers for you. We are prepared.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else wish to come forward? I think we got a line going on back there. Hi, guys. Hi, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Donna Hebron. I'm a performer with Dunedin Music Society, with the Dunedin Concert Band, and with the Pinellas Community Players. And I also just work as a volunteer with the Dunedin Music Society. On behalf of the DMS employees and performers, volunteers, and audiences, we wish to thank the City Dunedin Commission for providing aid last year. As a result, we were able to produce 2 teaser videos for the Dunedin Concert Band, which have now exceeded our target number of views. One of them had over 1,000 views, and we were able to launch one new program, the Pinellas Community Clarinet Choir.
Very good.
Hi, and I'm Mary Ann Craig, and I'm also with the Dunedin Music Society. I play in several of the ensembles, the concert band, the Pinellas Community Players, the new clarinet choir, and I also participated with the Florida Symphonic Winds that toured Germany and Austria this summer, so a lot of fun. I also serve as the music library executive on the executive board. So in this year's recommendation for aid, if it's approved, we plan to produce 2 more promotional videos encouraging underserved populations to learn about our organization. One of these videos will probably be next year's Pinellas Festival of Community Bands, which is returning to Highlander Park in Dunedin. In addition, we will be able to host our own big band dance night right here in Dunedin with the Rhythm King Jazz Orchestra, bringing music from the 1920s and 30s into the 21st century throughout Pinellas County.
Wow.
Good.
Good morning. My name is Greg Howard, and I play saxophone, flute, and clarinet with various Dunedin Music Society ensembles, Dunedin Concert Band, and I also lead the Rhythm Kings Jazz Orchestra, which will be bringing this great music back to Dunedin. We performed last year at the Scottish American Society building and had a fabulous time there. I'd like to conclude our time here by saying thank you to the City of Dunedin Commission for supporting live music through its various channels, specifically the Dunedin Music Society. We are proud to maintain our home here, and as we grow and expand and continue to bring new residents and guests into our community, we will also continue representing our town in other parts of the nation and the world. For example, just 2 weeks ago, the DMS ensemble, the Florida Symphonic Winds, this was their shirt they wore touring Europe, performed in Germany and Austria and partnered with local concert bands there to share our music with them, and at times you actually had local musicians from Germany together providing joint concerts, all under the banner of the Dunedin Music Society. Our pride in sharing live music, no matter where we are from or who we are with, continues to be a driving force behind what our thousands of members, performers, and audience and volunteers do all year round. Thank you for considering the Dunedin Music Society for our 2023 application.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And you just I love your t-shirt, live music essential for the heart.
Right.
And I mean, what would life be like without music?
That's
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. You know, this is a little known fact, but I played the flute in the band. So maybe if I really practice.
That'll give you something to do.
Pinellas Community Players are for people that are returning. We have a gentleman this year that has not played for 50 years.
Oh, well, it'll be a little bit more for me.
20 years that haven't played, so.
Perfect.
Everyone is welcome to
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
find an ensemble within our organization where they fit, and hope to see you out.
You can be back next year with them.
I
with the
do,
grant
yeah.
process.
Deborah, they might have a tuba position open.
Oh, yeah.
I played the baby too, but you phoned them, so.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Wanted to come forward?
Good morning, thank you, and thanks for having me. I'm Dave Lamont, I'm the Executive Director of Neighborly Care Network. You better know Neighborly as the Meals on Wheels provider for all of Pinellas County. This past year, we provided $479,000 worth of service to Dunedin residents. $213,000 of that was transportation, us picking people up door to door, something that, not going to a bus stop, but something that's helpful to people shopping, going to Dunedin Cares. We actually fill up a bus, take them to Dunedin Cares for the groceries, for the pantries, and bring them all home, and then help them get their groceries in the house. So when it's seniors, it's a lot more difficult, especially isolated folks who can't drive, can't get around, and even just, again, as I mentioned before, they're all, for the most part, are isolated individuals. The Meals on Wheels that we delivered, the number was crazy this year. We did over 700,000 meals across all of Pinellas County. That jumped, skyrocketed because of COVID. And as you know, too, and you guys have talked about it earlier today, the three things we're in the business of is food, fuel, and people. And right now, all three of those are the most expensive they've been probably in our lifetime. So it's really hit us hard. Right now, there is over 800 people in Pinellas County on a waiting list for a meal, for a home-delivered meal, for isolate. 50 of those are residents of Dunedin as of yesterday. So there's still a great demand out there. We've asked for a little more than we requested. What we were hoping to do was to get it back to some rescue funds, is to have a dedicated vehicle and have it here and leave it in Pinellas County, and we would just come every day and provide the we'd like to work at creative partnerships. We've been working closely with the Dunedin Committee on Aging on their event. In fact, we were just very present at their Transportation Expo this past weekend at the Hale Center. So there's a lot going on with Neighborly. There's a lot going on. In addition to doing the transportation and daycare, we have a congregate dining site where we're back to about 50 to 60 people per day at Palm Lake Village having lunch. That's more important than the meal is the interactions with kind of their cohort, and it's critical that we do that. And we bring them most of them we bring to lunch and take them back home. We also have adult daycare center just up the road in Palm Harbor on Omaha and just south of Nebraska. And there's 30 people with dementia in there, and there is now 60 people with dementia at home waiting for a daycare slot. We can't admit anymore. We have space, but there's no funding for them. So we're asking, as we ask for funds, we've asked even to the county, to the some of their aid packages out there, and is to really look at some of those opportunities to get the people off the waiting list and start getting them services. It's crazy to me that we can't get people a meal, or we can't get people with cognitive disorders a day to daycare, but we'll put them in an institution. Those are our requests. We appreciate your time and all you do, and we look forward to having a better. We've been rebuilding our relationship with Dunedin over the years, and I'm glad to say it's getting much better. So, yeah.
Thank you. Well, I think that has a lot to do with you.
Well,
I really do.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome.
Good morning, all. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Blair Cooey. I live on Hog Island. Oh, no, it's Honeymoon Island. That's the history coming out in me. Anyway, we just want to say thank you so much and appreciate very much what you do for us. I think Vinny and I stated in the letter of June 20th exactly how we feel. And what we want to do, we want to feel as important to you as you are important to us. And so that's why Vinny puts on, along with David, our curator, programs for the schools, and why we try to help out with the special events around Halloween and Christmas. Awareness is the big challenge for us. We know that. And I run into people all the time who have no idea where the museum is. So we have a couple people on our board now, Deborah is very well aware of this, who are experts in social media. So we're trying to get out more on our Facebook page, on the Dunedin Patch, things like that. But it is a challenge. And so I always ask my friends, hey, come on to the museum, and try to get them to be a member and just keep that message going. By the way, we have an event Thursday night that Tia Lawton had proposed. And it's, again, to get more awareness around. And it's going to be advertised through our contact to the members, but also on our Facebook page. It's an hour and a half long social. We're going to do that on a monthly basis now. Just come to the museum. It's on the 18th Thursday. John Robinson is here. He's a very important member of our board and head of our board governance committee. And we are very well aware of not just saying, oh, we depend on the city for everything. The American Alliance of Museums has a suggested framework for that. 1/3 is earned revenue, 1/3 is from bequests, and 1/3 is from grants. Vinny does an excellent job with getting grant applications. I can't tell you how many times I've called Vinny, hey Vinny, I'm writing a grant application. We are not just depending on the city. We love it, but I want you folks to know that we're trying to do this. And with that, I think I'll leave it to Vinny.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. First of all, I want to thank Les and his staff for the time they put into all of this for all these organizations, because I know that takes a lot of reading time and everything else for him, so I want to thank him. And I just want to remind the commission that we're here for the community. We do a lot of what we would say is community partnerships with just about every community member that's here today, the chamber, the library, the Fine Arts Museum, and even the city manager, who's Jerry, of Jerry Lake on that, you know. Yeah. So we do research for anyone that's requesting it. I would like to thank Vince Gizzi, Laney, and especially Jory Peterson for working with them with our summer camp program. So we are about the community and what the city does, and we are part of what I really consider a main stem of the city's activities. So again, all of that would not be possible without assistance, with the help of the city, with the help of city staff, and I just want to thank you for allowing us to be a part of the city, and we look forward to a long-term relationship with the city as well.
Thank you.
Especially in the new city hall.
Yeah. We won't be able to come Thursday because we have a commission meeting.
Right.
Y'all are going to have to rethink what Thursdays you do it.
They did it on purpose, so.
Everybody else has their meetings on Wednesday nights, so I mean, it's.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, last
But not least.
Oh, thank you. Georgianne Bissett, Dunedin resident. I live in Weybridge, and President CEO of the Dunedin Fine Arts Center. Looking at each and every one of you, I have enjoyed immensely listening to all the other organizations. And my biggest thought is, aren't we lucky, fortunate, because I'm a real advocate of the news, but we are so fortunate that live in Dunedin, and what you all accomplish for us, for the residents, and the other cities. And I know other cities have to be a tad jealous when they look and see us, right?
They are.
And I thank you, because all of you, I don't have Sid and Tell here today. I didn't bring her today.
Bring the big gun,
I didn't bring the big gun. I do have Ken, and Mike Bowman is our vice chair. But we weave throughout every organization in this city we are a part of. And I know Les has been working hard, because I haven't seen him at lunch at the Palm Cafe. And we miss you. So thank you very much. And we appreciate greatly what you do. And I know you do a lot for us from a whole nother budget in kind. I don't know if you've seen it, but they're painting the building.
Yeah.
Okay,
If Keith is here,
Yeah.
he doesn't have to run away from me anymore in Publix.
I personally called Gail Gamble.
I know you did.
Tell
She
her the
texted me.
news, and
Yes.
she
I'm
goes.
sure she was
I
happy.
go,
Yes,
"Thank
she
you,
was.
thank
But
you."
It was a
Thank
long
you,
time
Pete.
coming.
Right,
for sure.
but it is going to look so beautiful, and we thank Vince. We work so well.
I do believe the Art Center, Ken likes to say we play well because art is so much fun, but art is incredibly important. It underlies music, theater, everything. And we always wish to cooperate. Wednesday night, the new superintendent of the Pinellas School District will be at the Art Center.
Oh, is that like an introduction?
Yes,
to the community?
well, listen and learn, and Ace will be there. It was tomorrow night, Wednesday. It was in the paper.
Something's happening tomorrow night.
I thought they would have let you all know. I'm sorry. It's, well, 5 o'clock, Ace is, is a reception, and 6 p.m., he will be speaking. It's listen and learn. But anyway, thank you guys so much. And you know where to find me, right?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
So can I just say that when you made the comment, like, don't feel like you have to speak, I knew Georgianne would.
Oh, well, you know certain people aren't going to walk out of the building without. And you should be bragging about your organization. I mean, when you have a microphone and a television camera and Facebook Live, I'd be bragging about my organization too, so very good. Anyone else wish to come forward? Okay, well, that was actually shorter than I thought it was going to be, so that's good. Okay, so what we would be doing now is giving you consensus direction? All right. Do we have consensus direction to, besides the things we talked about that are going to come back to us, to move forward with the recommendation of the committee?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You have consensus direction to move forward with your recommendations. And then you're going to come back about Dunedin Cares, the hub, and the special event thing.
Yeah, right. Just
Correct.
look at it.
Okay.
And see.
But, if I could, I said this to Jennifer, but I want to say it directly to Les and Ashley, that the other backup sheet that you did for us, where you actually added the in-kind things that were included for every organization, that was so helpful, to just see the whole picture of what we're doing for each agency. So I just wanted to thank you guys for listening and providing that. So
Where was that? I didn't see that.
it's a backup sheet, maybe even in the background, but they had like all the
Yeah, I
extra
didn't see
things
that
that people
piece.
get. It was great.
Okay. Let me just. All right. Thank you, everybody. You guys can go if you want. You're more than welcome to stay. I just don't
There'll
want
be
you
a
to feel
stampede.
obligated.
There's a stampede out the door.
Yeah. Okay, so now we're on to our PowerPoint, and I guess I will look to Jennifer for her opening remarks.
11:15 opening remarks, but
Yeah.
those are two big items that we need to take up early, so respect our residents' time. This is the third budget workshop, as all of you know. And just to give those who may be watching a little bit of a background about how long we've been at this, we did our strategic planning retreat last spring, in which we touched upon our 6 EPIC goals and whether or not the commission supported those, continues to support those 6 EPIC goals, and whether or not they're still aligned properly with our organization. We had our first budget workshop on May 31st, and that was the draft business plan, which was developed upon those 6 EPIC goals and that input from the strategic planning retreat. On July 14th, the City Commission set your maximum millage rate of 4.1345. You can go below that, but you cannot exceed it when you adopt your proposed budget. On July 22nd, you looked at your proposed operating and capital, and we took all of your comments and we scheduled this particular budget workshop. This workshop is really the follow-up meeting, I think. It's going to seem somewhat discombobulated for those who may be watching, because we're picking up items and comments that you had made in the past and addressing them during the course of this budget workshop. And then after this, you will go on to your 2 adoption hearings. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Les.
Thank you, Jennifer. The agenda before you, I'll just briefly go over what we're going over today. First, we'll go over a follow-up memo from the workshop number 2, general fund update, penny fund update, an ARPA fund update, CRA fund update, and then we'll go over the golf course operations fund. We've got updates to that as well. We also have a health fund update and also the 2023 benefit package and premiums. We had the Board of Finance report already, and also our aid.org we just went over to, and then we'll have City Commission comments and direction, and then City Manager closing remarks. Starting with the follow-up memo, it's Exhibit A in the staffing, and did you have any questions on the memo? Would you like me to walk through it? Just wasn't sure, kind of.
I think you should walk through it.
I do too.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just important for people to hear because we had those conversations before and you're giving us the answers to those conversations.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll start with number one. The first comment or question was, City Commission asked for the status of the electric vehicles in the fleet replacement program and how much we are saving in fuel. In addition, the Commission asked where the Duke energy comes from and what is the generation mix for energy. The response, there's attachment 1 and 2. We have a lot of attachments in the follow-up memo, and the first two are related to this, attachment 1 and 2. Attachment 1 is information on each of our electric vehicles that we currently have in our fleet program, and attachment 2 is some information from Duke Energy for the generation mix for the city. And did you have any questions on the attachment?
Well, so the summary on the electric, when you broke it down by the year, we haven't had these vehicles that long.
Correct.
So it really is, what our takeaway is while we haven't done a total return on our investment in the electric vehicle yet, but the vehicle's not that old. And, at some point, fleet, you guys or whoever will determine what is the appropriate age of the car to look at that, before it starts with all the repairs. Right? That's our takeaway.
Correct. And I did ask Scott Caterson, and he's here this morning, about what the lifespan of EV is during agenda briefing. One of you asked me that. Yeah, Commissioner Frady asked me that. And at this point, it really is unknown because they're not that old. The oldest EV is what was it, Scott?
10-year-old Tesla.
10-year-old Tesla. Yeah, so over just
These
kind of like
aren't Teslas, let's face it. I mean, they're made differently.
Right.
Yeah.
But like brick streets, though, sometimes
Yeah.
the value of it depends upon the lifespan.
Good
And
example.
so, thank
Yeah.
Very
Yeah,
good
see, I
example.
like that.
Of course you do.
She's going for big brownie points with that one.
you. Remember that later, right? So-
I know, the evaluation comes.
So, we still have to wait.
Yes.
But we could do, based on these numbers, you could do kind of a break even, right? I mean, you could figure out what a break even might be, if it lives long enough, so to speak.
If it lives long enough, probably.
But I mean, it'd be good to kind of see how many years it would be before we had a break even.
Let me do this, if I may. When we bring you our fleet purchase, let's look at that.
Yeah. And the intrinsic value of helping
Right.
the carbon footprint and all of that, even if it might be costing us a little more, there's a value to that.
Way,
But
big
with the
value.
new
Like saving the
legislation-
planet, you think?
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
The new federal legislation.
Yeah.
It's
They're gonna
going
sign it
to-
today.
And then it's going to be
Incentivize
$7,500 to people who may want to invest in an EV, electrical vehicle. So that's going to push a lot of people, I think, to go. I mean, I think you're going to see more and more people that will personally begin to invest in electric vehicles. So, I get it with y'all, because when you talk about some of these huge trucks, the solid waste, and, they're so expensive now. But as more people go for EV and technology continues to eventually, even those big, huge trucks will go down in cost.
Oh, we also know that PSTA is doing electric buses and has been for the last, 5 years, Jeff?
We just ordered 60 of them.
Right. Saw that.
And there was 60.
So it will,
Well, right, there was just an article in the paper that EV sales are now at 5%, which is a tipping point, which is really now, it's going to catch on, and you're going to get that snowball effect in economies of scale. So the pricing of EVs are going to come down. You're going to start to see different models coming out. And so it's really going to change in the next 5 years what that market looks like.
But the cost of this, the question that was asked, what is the cost, and what are we saving in fuel? And so they reported that, I think, pretty decently. I have a question about for example, we have a 2018 Leaf. Do we have any idea what the length of the battery life of that is? Leaf has been around for a while. And do we have any idea what a battery costs to replace a battery?
Scott, you want to come up? It actually is attached in the cost of the battery and replacement batteries.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, it shows, it's like, for an electric vehicle, it's 174, for a gas vehicle, it's 61, so, because the battery obviously is a lot more.
Battery, which battery are you talking about?
I'm looking at the, is it the Leaf? Yeah, for, yeah, the Leaf.
Yeah, but that's not the
You're not talking about the big battery.
I think that's the battery you used
Oh,
actually.
sorry, never mind, I'll let the
Yeah, never
expert
mind.
talk to it. I'm zipping it.
You were doing so good.
Scott, right.
All right, I'm Scott Caterson, Fleet Manager. Good morning. So the specific question is how long is that battery expected to last in the Nissan Leaf? And to be honest with you, we don't know. You said it's older. It's not that old. It's a 2018, so it's still only 4 years old. And the data that's available on the mass-produced vehicles, they're really have only come into their own about 2018, 19. So they're really only 4 years old. It's hard to distinguish or determine what the useful life is because there's just not enough of them that have reached the end of their useful life yet.
Well, I can tell you that about every 4 years I have to replace my car battery, and I don't have an electric vehicle. So if it's lasting 4 years, that's pretty good.
Okay.
How long has the
Let me
Leaf been up?
distinguish the difference in a car battery and an electric vehicle's powertrain battery.
Right.
An EV or electric vehicle still has a 12-volt regular battery just like a regular car does. Those are very affordable. About twice as much for an EV as a regular car, maybe 150 versus 85 for a regular car. But then an EV has a special battery that also drives the powertrain, and that's, I think, what he's asking about. And those are very expensive. They're very technologically advanced. They're getting there. They're not there yet, but they're getting there to the point where the prices will start to come down, and maybe the initial cost of the EV won't be so much more than the cost of a gas vehicle. So.
Eventually.
Do you know how much, the Leaf has been out for more than 4 years as a vehicle, but do you know how much a Leaf battery, for example, if I gave my battery away to my best friend, what would I have to do? I'm kidding. So I crashed my vehicle and I destroyed my battery. What would I have to pay for a battery? Do you have any?
That I don't know. I
Okay.
do know that it's covered, all batteries now are covered under a pretty long powertrain warranty. So you don't have to buy one for 10 years, 80,000 miles and stuff like that.
That's pretty good.
They are warranting these out. And what happens after that, I don't know. I don't know how much a replacement cost is. If you get in an accident, I'm sure your insurance will cover it. But I can find out. I can look into that for you.
I just wanted to make sure that we had some.
They are a pretty
commonality
big
in answering
component
the
of the
question.
extra cost of a EV vehicle over a traditional gasoline vehicle.
And we don't know where we're going to be with battery costs in even a year from today, or let alone where we're going to be. It's a use of certain materials and minerals that are hot and in demand right now. So,
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's another question. But I appreciate the study that was done here and gave us an idea of where we stand. And the question was, how much did we save on fuel?
Yeah, that was a question. How much have we saved to date? That's what I put together there for you.
Any other questions for Scott while he's sitting there? Okay.
No.
You're going to have questions on the next one. Thank you, guys. And I think the other attachment is the Duke? That's what you were referring to?
Yeah,
Okay.
attachment 2 is the Duke Energy.
That's not, you don't have to read anything on that one, right? Okay. You got questions on that, Jeff? I just figured you would.
Yeah.
Duke?
Well, yeah, we need Duke here to explain that.
I'm so glad you felt that way. I felt like an idiot looking at that document.
Yeah.
And don't consider myself stupid, so I looked at that and I was like, what is the overall message that's trying to send me?
I tried
I
and
could
tried.
not get it.
I get it. Do you want me to explain to you?
Yeah, explain
Yeah.
it to
No,
me.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I look at it and it doesn't look that great.
No, they're just showing you the mix of their fuel.
Right,
They
it just
give us-
doesn't look
Yeah.
that great, so it's like,
Right.
Am I supposed to be happy with that?
Is this
So
when
the
my
question,
head
if I
started
may,
to
Mayor,
hurt?
and the commissioner asked me that question yesterday during agenda briefing, and I said exactly what Commissioner Franny said. I had no idea what this means. So, but what I would like to do then, instead of having Duke come individually and explain it, I know that Jorge and Commissioner Franny have been working with Duke. When we do the franchise agreement, why don't we just have them just describe a little bit what this is?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Because they're going to be in the house soon.
Are they forecasting it to improve? Because, I mean, it kind of looks like they are, but I'm not sure in the way they did all that.
Yeah, they're
I
increasing.
think that's exactly the time to do it.
Well,
That's a good idea.
no, but they are showing that information here. They're showing what their expectations are in 5 or 10 years for the fuel mix. And what you're discovering through here is that natural gas, which is not so good, and coal are still representing a huge percentage of the fuel mix. And currently, they're claiming that they're at 3.4%. That is non-driven, is not providing CO2, which is in solar. The rest of it is all not good stuff. And the mix is going to change, but it's not going to change significantly.
Right.
Well, it does say in 10 years they're going to be at 15%
Yeah.
of the overall mix, but
So it's not hugely significant,
No.
if that helps anybody.
yeah, I mean, I got it. I just didn't feel good about it. Okay. Anything else? All right. Next item?
Okay, next item is the City Commission asked staff to provide more detail for total employees at the city and break out the full-time positions and the variable on-demand positions separately in a chart. And that's in attachment 3 of the staffing. There's a chart there that shows the regular and then the VODs in the orange font.
And that was your
Yeah,
pass,
and-
so I'll look to you, Commissioner
No,
Franny.
I mean, could you just tell me what the 2023 numbers actually are? I mean, because you can't really totally tell from the chart. I mean, I know it's probably in the budget, but I don't want to
Here's
dig for it.
Teresa, she can do that for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Russell will let her out. There we go.
Good morning, Commission, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management. The 2023 numbers are 364 regular employees, both full-time and part-time, and 18.99 VODs.
So just say 19.
And
Well,
when,
they're part-time,
I
so we
know,
have to have
I
the
know.
partial people in there.
so is the 364 full-time equivalent, though?
Yes.
Okay, so even though it's regular, it's full-time and part-time, it's 364 full-time equivalent.
Right, because most of our part-timers are half-time, half FTEs, so ergo.
No, this chart is actually much more in keeping with what I would have expected, and so thank you. And again, just so the public understands, the chart we had before, I think I made the comment we should all be fired if that was the real chart, because it didn't look good. And this is, this is kind of more what I would have expected in terms of our labor growth.
But the problem of it is you don't see the part-time before that. So
Well-
you're looking at something it's
Well-
apples to oranges.
Okay, well, I'll just give you this example. If I can put my hand.
Pulling out the old one?
Well, I
I
can.
don't remember what it looks like.
While you do that, just for,
Yeah,
so
I
you're
got it right here.
saying the full-time is 364, that's the blue line.
Yes.
And that's not equivalent, that's not FTE, those are full-time people.
Well, an FTE is one person. One FTE equals one person. So part-timers would be equal, one part-timer is approximately,
But the part-timers are listed, are they?
well, so we have
blue?
regular part-time employees that have partial benefits. We have variable on-demand employees, that's our seasonal people, our recreation leaders, our lifeguards, who are what we call VODs.
So there are part-timers in the blue, and then there are the workers on demand are in the orange, or whatever the
yes.
color is.
And those work variable hours, so they're not necessarily a half FTE. They could be 0.25, 0.33.
So we still use FTE communication regarding in the blue.
Yes.
But let me I just want to clarify, the blue before the lines with the orange on top, they don't include the VODs, right?
That's correct, because we did not
So you're
start.
not, again, you're not comparing apples to apples here.
Well, if you want to compare your regular employees, you're comparing.
Yeah,
in
that
the
part,
blue.
but you don't, the orange part, it's
Mhm.
deceiving. If somebody looks at that, it looks like we just started VODs. But we
Yeah,
didn't.
I mean,
But we didn't.
you could footnote, I mean, you could just footnote, because I'm just giving an example. This is 2001, okay? What?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, she's
This
giving
is,
you an
I'm getting
example.
fiscal year 2000, 2001. The adopted full-time equivalents was 369.5. Okay? Compared to, we have 364. Okay? And we had 9 temporaries, which would probably be, somewhat of a little bit of the demand. There was probably a little more than that, and maybe it didn't, maybe contractually it wasn't added. But I mean, so I was just looking for that, but I agree with you. There's probably a footnote on here about that we didn't include temporaries and on-demand people before that or something?
Yes,
or we
in
did,
the
or-
original sheet, it said that, I think it said VODs are included,
Starting in
and then
07.
start in FY.
Oh, okay, so that's
We can
good.
add that back in. We'll just
Yes.
add
But
that
were
back
we
in.
going to put this chart in the budget instead of, or did we?
We'll put this chart in the budget with that footnote.
Well,
Good
but
answer.
don't forget,
Yeah.
the finance board asked for it to be
Right.
the way we saw it before. So I think
Oh.
we have to have both.
But Mayor, I think though, if I may.
The other one's
Finance
very
Board asked
deceiving.
for it, but we brought it to this body and you weren't happy with it. So and I think it's important that we reflect that this is your adopted budget as proposed by the city manager. I think that we should put this chart in it with the footnote. I think with the more charts we put in there, Mayor, the more confusing it's going to be.
Okay.
But I just, from what I was trying to get to was just somehow to compare where we really are, because we had our high, we had lower than we had of the recession, and we've added some positions. But if you just look at 2000 to now, we've held a very, very steady personnel number.
Yes.
Obviously, there's lots of factors that go in between that,
And
but
we have a
just
ton
on the
more
face of
projects
it-
and work.
Right, just
just
on
so
the
you know.
face of it, that appears to be good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need to go over the employees by Recreation Center?
Not for me. I appreciate, though, I think it's helpful to understand how many we have running each center.
Okay. All right, next item?
Next one is,
Thank you, Teresa.
City Commission asked staff to provide more information and detail on the internal service fund allocations of square footage for facilities maintenance building fund and the custodial services allocations to departments in the 23 proposed operating budget. And there's attachment 5, has information, good information on that. And it basically goes through and shows square footage change before the new city hall, after new city hall, and I'll turn it over to you guys and Keith to go over that.
My only question, this was my question, this was the one I brought forward. My only question that I want to know, I think I'm going to say it the right way, and Jennifer, correct me if I don't, because I summarized it yesterday pretty well. What I want to know is that the increase in costs we're showing is strictly for custodial, and here's why.
No.
I want to know that we're not including the same amount of money in there for repairs for a brand-new building than we would a 10-year-old building.
This is a long-time question, and I know the answer.
I understand we have more square footage, and I understand the custodial will be more because of that. So that's the question, and if you don't think you can answer it, you can come back to me later. I don't need to know it this second, but that's what I want to know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Keith Fogarty, the Division Director of Public Services. So you confused me when you said an increase in custodial. So
Well, there's more square footage, so
well, there
you would
is.
be paying more for
So,
custodial stuff.
Okay, just for clarification, there's 2 separate rates.
Right.
There's the custodial rate and facility maintenance rate. So yes, both rates for the City Hall building did go up. because they're, for each cost center,
Because it's got more square footage?
for each cost center, the square footage did increase.
So the repair, the repair amount, the repair dollar, though, forget I saw that in your thing. It's like 274 and then 308 per square foot, and it's a formula, which I totally get. But again, how do you tell people you're budgeting the same amount for a brand-new building than you would a 10-year-old building? I just don't understand that. Again, unless the natural disaster happens, and that would be taken from somewhere else. Is that what you're doing?
Build the reserve, yes.
So do you always have reserves in there?
So i.e., there is a 10-year, in 10 years, you're going to have to replace an air conditioner. You're starting to build the money now.
Build a reserve in that.
Is that what you're doing?
No.
No.
Okay, well, that's what Jorge is shaking that you are, so I'm just curious.
Okay, well, that's look, I don't want to get into the weeds, and I'm not trying to take us
Okay.
down a rabbit hole.
Well-
It's just, to me, a common sense thing, but if there's some other piece to it.
All right, when you say, I heard to replace. Replacements do not come out of square footage. Okay?
Repairs do, though, right? Maintenance,
It's
repairs?
just for repairs.
Okay,
Custodial pays for custodial services under the contract.
right.
All the cost centers, if there's a replacement for Parks and Recreation, or anybody that's within the City Hall, if we're going to talk just the City Hall building,
That's what I'm doing.
okay? Any cost center that has to have that AC replaced within that building, that department pays for that.
Right.
Okay, the square footage on the facility side, that 274, when we dip into reserves for that, that is to keep the rate low. That's when we dip into reserves. And Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong. That is, we're trying to keep the rate low, mostly for general fund. Because almost 70, 80% of the budget is general fund.
But when we're doing a repair and maintenance,
Okay?
right?
Yep.
So your air conditioner breaks, or somebody scrapes the floor and you gotta patch it, or whatever. It's a repair.
Right.
That comes out of this too, right?
Correct.
And that's what I'm saying. It's a brand-new building.
There are-
Why would we
There-
pay more money, because it's increased because of square footage, for a brand-new building than the same rate we would pay for a 10-year-old building?
There is no, maintenance costs the same. Those light bulbs here in that building, they still cost the same. There are warranty items that are coming with this building that we won't have to pay for, okay?
Right.
If I replace the air conditioner in this building, it's still warranted. So the company that replaces the air conditioning here is no different than the company in Manhattan or whoever puts the air conditioning in that building. It still comes with a 5-year warranty
But
on
you're
the
saying
compressor.
exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying
You
it would
are.
cost less for a brand-new building than it would a 10-year-old building, because you've got
But-
stuff under warranty.
But my folks and my contractors that make up the square footage rate still have to be paid. That's the repair, that's the maintenance. Has nothing to do with the warranty at this building, has nothing to do with the warranty at that building.
I know
So
we're
the
going down
bottom-
the rabbit hole that I didn't want to go down.
Yeah,
I just wanted to.
We have to.
And it's not you, it isn't you.
No, I get it, I get it.
Keith, I'm going to assume for repair and maintenance, we have staff,
Correct.
that work for
And-
us,
and
and we have certain contractual, like probably pest control or other preventative things, and that's a set amount of money.
Correct.
And that money has to be spread out. Now City Hall's bigger square footage, they get a bigger piece of the pie, because that's how our system works.
Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
We're paying for our employees through this, is what
And
you're
the
saying?
contractors.
Well,
that's
plus
like
the
control
contractors that I hire.
All the budget, all the money that's in there.
I think.
That makes sense.
Right, the point.
All
That
those,
makes sense.
all those items.
Okay, let's move on.
And that's the piece I didn't understand.
Yeah, it's all those
That
items.
makes sense.
If you look at the third paragraph in Les's document, it lists all fire alarms, sprinklers, all those items that I subcontract, if you will, that have to be done, that my staff does not do.
Okay, gotcha. Got the answer I needed, thank you. All right, anybody else have questions on that?
Just one question. But our repair and maintenance budget really isn't going up. I mean, it might, because you can have more sprinklers or more whatever.
Well, it's going up
Might go
because
up
of the
some.
square footage.
Well, we piggyback.
Well, it's
on-
getting reallotted, but it's not really
Yes.
going up.
Yeah, we piggyback on a lot of contracts that are fixed pricing
Yeah.
for 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Some of those contracts have to come up for renewal, and those costs increase.
Well, I'll tell you what, that custodial company better keep that building clean, or this commissioner is going to raise the roof. Because, and I don't know, Phyllis, I won't put you on the spot, Jocelyn, I hope they're doing what they need to be doing.
This company has done outstanding so far.
Knock on wood.
Okay, I'll knock on wood. No, I mean, that's good news for me, because it'll be the first time in the 20 years that we've done it that it's actually been a good company doing the right stuff, so. Good.
And let me just say too, I mean, and Mo will remember those, the reason I asked is I went through the same questioning scenario with the new community center when it was built.
I was there.
I know. So at least I'm
It's right here.
consistent with what I'm at, to make sure.
I'll tell you a story, and Commissioner Kynes, you probably remember, when we went through the design for the extension on the Hale Center. And we went through, you remember too. You remember
I remember
walking
the
in
Hale
that
Center, 'cause
building.
that's where custodial problems started.
Well,
Right there.
But you remember walking inside the building, and the comment was made right after the ribbon cutting, who picked the floor for this building? You remember?
Yeah, I don't actually.
Well, and somebody said Keith did.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
And somebody said, it's gorgeous, because it's Italian marble. And the reason we picked it, because it's such low maintenance. And that was like the biggest relief, because the first thing I thought, I'm out of a job.
Right. Well, thank you.
You're still here, Keith.
Thanks,
Look at
Keith.
that, come on.
Thanks, Keith. Okay, the next item.
Next item is City Commission asks that staff provide what other cities have done since 2020 with merit increases and/or COLA adjustments. Also asked, can we offer housing vouchers to employees? And also, will the organizational study underway now, when complete, show salary ranges at 50, 75, and 90 percentile levels? Staff has provided attachment 6 in the follow-up memo, and it's a fiscal year 23 Oldsmar Regional Employee Salary Survey for 23 and 22, salary adjustments for cities in northern Pinellas County. Staff still researching the housing voucher question, and our consultant performing the org study for all the salary ranges has agreed to show the salary ranges at the 50, 75, and 90 percentiles.
Okay, any questions on this? It's pretty self-explanatory, I thought. I will say that I was pleasantly surprised to see a number of those North County cities have both COLA and merit. That was
Me too.
That was surprising to me. And it's been a couple years now. This is not just, they're not just starting that today. So that was interesting, but. Anything else? No? Okay, thank you. Les, next.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one other question. What is our timeline for the organizational study and the salary study?
I'm going to ask Teresa to come up and, I know that they're going to submit something in August, but I need
You
to
don't want to
working
talk
with
as
them.
the expert?
And,
Try to be helpful.
yeah.
You don't want to talk as the expert on it?
Good afternoon again. So they are looking at giving us some preliminary numbers near the end of August, early September. And then we actually just spoke with them, was it yesterday? Jorge? Seemed like so long ago. And they feel pretty good about the numbers that they've gotten in. They surveyed other cities. And so they're also looking at job descriptions as part of the package. And then on the organizational review side, they're probably going to be talking with Jorge about some questions that they have, but they feel pretty good about the direction that they're going in.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, my question is, and I just want to be, we went round and round about this, Jennifer. I mean, we talked for a while. And I just want to be very clear what we're doing. We're giving 4, right?
The cost of living. Yeah.
Cost of living, the COLA.
Recommendation.
And then when we do, and when we get back the results from our compensation and rate study, then we will be paying people the appropriate place where they should be in their positions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so they're getting 4, and then they will, when we actually have the statistical evidence, then they will be slotted into their appropriate wage earning slot.
That's correct.
See? I told you.
That's excellent, and I'll just add one other thing, because I hear this from a lot of the HR professionals, when you get these studies, to be careful that they allot for the fact that we're in a unique time and it's not going to stay that high, so you have to factor in that too.
Yes.
That, it's not going to stay that high, what do you mean?
Meaning, we're at a point where salaries are exorbitantly high. There'll be a place, so we don't want to all of a sudden be up here and then they come back down.
Now I don't understand what you mean, because how are they exorbitantly high?
Well, we'll wait for the study to.
wait.
I don't mean for us. I'm not saying they're exorbitant. I just mean our market.
You mean what they're comparing to.
Right, what
Gotcha,
they're
okay.
comparing to.
That's what I was like.
No, and I'll say it again, just to be very clear, a good, solid, evidence-based market study, I'll fall on the sword over for our employees. So I just want to make sure we're hitting checking all the boxes.
I want to make a comment to that as well, and this is a very, very unique time, and if you really think about it, maybe not the best time to have done this study, but we're doing the study, so that's done.
A good consultant will
Can do that.
allot and consider that, and
As
that's
long
why
as
I
we
wanted
make
to
sure
make
they
sure
do.
it's in their head.
Yep, I agree.
Well, and also, what month are we in? It was last October, I think, we made the decision to do this? And it was before that. It was whenever we approved the firefighter. And it was before that approval.
It was before that.
It
Yes,
was first
so-
discussed, and then the city commission approved moving forward in February.
This wasn't
so-
happening out in the world like it is now. So let's be fair.
No.
Just like our city hall, I've heard a few people say, you wait, we're going to have overages on this. Why did you build it now? Well, the world wasn't happening like it is today as it was when we made the decision to go down that road. And we also have a certain contract that covers us for that. So
And developers
things are
have said-
different.
And
Things are
developers have
different.
told us we were
The smartest
we were
people in the
smartest
world.
for
So
doing it.
I just say, I think we'll be okay.
No, that's good. I'm just saying, I'm just making an assumption that I'm sure the consultant has made. That's all.
I think that goes along with what you said about
They're
the 50, 75, 90, where
Absolutely.
they'll bring back
Right.
where you want to be.
They'll tell us what level we should be at, right?
They'll give you options so you can determine what level
Yeah.
you want to be at.
I also want a recommendation.
So when I sat down with them originally to talk about the salary survey, the question was, what do you think market is? Where do you want to be? And my answer was, show me the money. Show me how much all this is going to cost, the 50, 75, 90, and then we'll make a decision about where we want to
And
be.
then you're going to recommend to us.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. The next, thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Teresa. It's fun.
Don't go home.
The next item was the property
did very
lease,
well,
the property
Deborah.
lease savings, and that was, again, my question. And you're adjusting the budget for that, right?
Yeah, we have that in our budget currently, we
Yeah,
do. Yeah,
so-
we do. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the next is number 7, City Commission asked staff to put together a timeline for Sterling Parks at Eagle Scout Park to compare the timelines for pickleball courts at each location. And attachment 7 in this follow-up memo has timelines for that.
So Jennifer and Vince, on that item, it's essentially the same. It's a month or two. So it's essentially the same.
About 2 months difference, yes.
Basically a month.
Yeah, so what do you want to do?
Well, right now, we issued a purchase order to do geotechnical survey on the property just east of the parking lot. And
Of
at
Eagle Scout
Sterling, east of the parking lot at Sterling.
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 Oh, Sterling, okay.
And we felt we could get eventually we could expand the parking lot if we needed to. There's 90 spaces there now. And we also have a room to expand if we wanted to go from 6 to 12. And then the third part of this would be after pickleball is done, or part of our community process is to talk about the dog park being in that location as well.
So you're wanting to go down the road to Sterling Park now? That's what you're saying?
Well, we want to see what the results of the geotechnical tell us first.
Gotcha. Okay, well, at least the time frame is relatively similar.
About 2 months.
Good for you.
We'll keep you posted
Yep.
on our progress.
Sure. Thank you.
Vince, so what I don't want to do, and I know this isn't, but if we decide going with Sterling, which actually, I don't care which place it is, and maybe Sterling is better. What I don't want to do is after waiting like 3 or 4 years to do input, or 3 years to do input about what we do at Sterling, that we do kind of a slam bam, we don't do it right, the Dunedin way, right? You know what I mean?
I'm not following your question.
Well, if you're looking at doing community, okay, is part of this to do, if things turn out at Sterling, and we decide to do a community forum to see what people want there, which is what we promised the community.
Yes.
That'll be in October?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
All I'm saying is, it needs to be done in the Dunedin way, like well put out there, maybe 2 for different times of the day, or 3.
Yes,
So
yes.
people understand, so that we just don't rush it.
Yes.
We do it right, and then we end up where we end up. That's all I'm saying, because,
You're talking to Vince
This
and
is-
Laney over there. They are
doing
pretty flamboyant about their
yeah, but
public
you're also
meetings.
talking to rush to build pickleball courts, so. So I just want to make
I'm
sure we're
talking
doing
about
it right.
rushing to pick, oh.
No, we all are.
No, you are talking, no, I'm kidding.
We all
I'm
are.
just messing.
We all are. No, I'm not, I'm just saying, the schedule is such that we're in August.
Right.
So I'm just saying, in order to stay on this schedule and make sure we do the community input correctly, I'm just,
We've already started working on our presentations.
Okay, great.
for this.
Yeah, and you'll have like several sessions so people have time to
Yes, we will.
pick. And
Yeah.
Okay,
I strongly
We try to
agree.
usually do
thank you.
morning, evening, weekend day, so
Yeah.
there could be 2 to 3
Yeah, that's
meetings.
all I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure you'll do it with quality, but just looking at the timeline, and we all want to get the pickleball courts thing, I don't want to not do it in a good way.
I do think that there is a qualifying criteria, and that is that can you continue to add on at Eagle Scout Park? You will have more to be able to add more courts. I mean, that's got to be part of the criteria.
Right.
Yes.
I do like that
Sterling.
option.
I mean, you could put 6 at Eagle Scout, and you could put 6 to 12 at Sterling.
Right.
And so I think that's going to have.
And right now, we have the temporary ones at Eagle Scout, and we have the temporary ones at Highlander. So we do have them in 2 different locations.
And eventually we'll want to do
And
that.
then you could take the lines off the tennis courts, just to get into the hole.
Okay. Thank you, Vince.
Thank you.
All right, that was the last item on that one, right?
Yep.
And we said we were going to, well, my
Oh, it's 12.
agenda says we're breaking for lunch at noon, so is that what
And
we're
lunch
doing?
is here.
Okay.
Yay.
Perfect.
All right, so we're a couple minutes early. We want to say 45 minutes, that gives everybody a chance to eat and then answer emails or whatever. Okay. We'll come back at 12:45. I'm only looking at you because you're the only one that.
Cindy or?
Welcome, everybody, back to our budget workshop of August 16th. Hope everybody got a nice bite to eat. I think our next item on here is the general fund update. Les?
Okay, great. I'll start with, we've got some changes in the general fund since we last met at the July 22nd workshop number 2. I'd like to briefly go over. First, starting with the general fund unassigned fund balance at workshop 2, that amount was $6,007,000, and we had a 16.7 estimated reserve at that point. And the changes we've got to discuss today is we had some revenue changes. We looked at 22 revenue estimates very closely again with 9 months of actuals, and we determined that we're able to increase some of them for 2022 estimates, so we increased those by about $233,000.
This is your finance department projection one?
Actually, I'm looking
Document?
on slide 5. Slide 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the actual thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was on slide 5 right now.
Go ahead, sorry.
So we had a few changes in 22 that increased revenues by about $233,000. We also had an increase in our assessed value. The final certifications from the county were 12.82, and they were 12.28, so that increased our 23 property tax revenues by $72,540. And on the expenditure side, we had a few adjustments. The first was we removed the class and comp study. We set aside 4% increase, and we talked about that a few times with the commission. But we looked at that more closely, and we realized we had the fire department union employees in that calculation, so we pulled those out, and that was about $117,000. That reduction in salaries by pulling those out. We also had an adjustment for the health costs have decreased. Our estimate in the proposed budget was health cost increase year over year of 10%, and now we've got good news and we're at about 6%. And we'll go over more of that later, but that saved about $129,000 in the general fund. We had a small adjustment to restricted fund balance of $32,000. So with these adjustments, our general fund unassigned fund balance is now at about 18.2% at the end of 23. So they're all positive adjustments that we've made. And then moving to the long-range plan on the next slide, slide 6. As I mentioned, this shows that our 23 estimated available fund balance is 18.2%. Our shortfall, if you look towards the bottom, we have our shortfall amount, which is the third line from the bottom. That shortfall amount was $1,650,000 every year in our proposed budget, and now it's at $1,060,000 per year from 24 to 28. The red font shows the changes, and the changes we just discussed are the only changes that we've made in here, the ones we just discussed. I want to mention again that we included $1 million of ARPA funds for revenue recovery in the general fund in fiscal year 23, and that didn't change. We had that in the proposed budget as well. And also 2024 year-end fund balance has improved as well. If you look, it's at 12.6% under the projection for 24. The first yellow highlighted row right below at 12.6. It was at 9.9% when we had our proposed budget, so that has improved that. And that difference from 12.6 to our 15% target is about $873,000 that we would need to either reduce expenses or have more revenue to balance and get to our target in 24. And next slide was at the workshop number 2, the commission requested the finance department to look at the general fund budget and see if we could do our own scenario and sort of if we saw items that we thought we could change or from what we had in our general fund budget, we would do that. So we have a few adjustments. We did not change the expenses at all. We focused on revenue. And the first change in this projection, called the finance projection, I reached out to the county, and in getting their input, we were budgeting 5.4% for 2024 growth in AV. I'm proposing that I think it could be 7%. I think 5.4 is conservative. I think 7% is reasonable. So that I made that adjustment in here. Also increased sales tax from $2.925 million to $3,035,000 in '23. That's about a 3.7% increase from what's in our current budget in the general fund. And also increased revenue sharing from $1.4 million to $75,000 increase. I feel comfortable with that one too. So we made those changes, and with those changes in this scenario, if you go towards the bottom, those changes go throughout the model, and it does improve the shortfall. If you go towards the bottom, the last row that's highlighted, the shortfall has gone from $1,060,000 to $600,000 annually, so it has improved with these projections. Are there any questions on either of those general fund long-range plans?
Well, for the commission, you are recommending to do the finance projection.
I'm recommending,
No.
I'm recommending for our budget document, we stick with our long-range plan and don't use the finance projection. I would recommend that personally, just because it's more conservative. I think, and part of that is I'm not recommending any changes to expenses, and while I think the revenues may come in at those levels, sales tax is a little bit dicey because of the economy right now, my estimate, but I'm not increasing expenses. So, I have a little bit of a concern about that our expenses, once we start rolling out our 24 budget.
Yeah, they're going to go up.
We have repairs and maintenance projects and things that come up that we don't even know about right now.
Okay.
So, that'd be my proposal, yeah.
Okey doke. Questions, Vice Mayor? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, I've been rolling this around in my head, and when Commissioner Franny has kept saying, because you're putting in $1 million from ARPA for recovery, business recovery, right?
Yeah, for 23.
And so, I think what she's been saying is that maybe we could put more ARPA.
That is what we said last time as a possibility.
And we have reviewed that with Wood O'Brien, and we can report on that.
Oh, okay, I mean, maybe you don't want to report on it today, but I've just been
Up to
really
you.
thinking about this.
No, today. I think you're going to do it today, right?
We'll be happy to do it today, yes.
Okay, so that's, but again, as I think about this, you could put more in the business recovery.
Your mic.
You could put more in the business recovery, but you still have these timeframes to expend the funds. So that doesn't change, right? Or does it?
So, Mayor, I mean, we could talk about that right now. We're in the general fund. You know, at this point, we can talk about that when we get to ARPA, if you'd like, as far as what that looks like. It's fairly complicated
It all fits in
to,
together,
right,
is what you're
exactly.
saying, and so you want to see the whole picture before you have the dialogue, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and I'm
No, we'll bring it back
I'm
up.
totally good with that, because I do think it's complex,
Mhm.
because I've been thinking about it so much and how you would.
It is very complex.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, anything?
No real questions, just a general comment of, thank you for showing us the comparison between the budget book revenue, but what you kind of maybe think the future looks like, just to give us that comparison. And then, but do agree with you that the more conservative approach should be the one that's in the budget book.
Commissioner?
No, I don't have anything. I mean, I'm glad Vice Mayor brought that up, and I'll wait for that discussion, but I don't have anything particular to this. Appreciate the new information.
John?
And the adjustments.
Yes, thank you. And you said the revenues included $1 million from ARPA. Where about it? Where is that? Just help me really quick.
It is.
On this.
It's under the intergovernmental line.
Okay.
And it's in red.
Yeah, it's red font, 7.50, excuse me, actually, the 6137 under 23, the 6137 or 27 number is where that $1 million is.
Yeah, it's not red.
No, I'm
Not
sorry,
red.
it's not red.
Sorry, it's black font, yeah.
Yeah.
The 6.3 is the black line, correct?
The 6127.
6312.
6.1 million, yeah.
Oh, boy.
The fourth line down under 2023.
Do you guys want to look at the
If I may?
finance projection or the regular?
That's 6.3, right?
Well, it's 6.3 under the finance department projection, it's 6.127
No,
under the
yeah,
regular.
I'm just looking at what he's showing us,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's 6.3, right?
Yep.
right?
Yes.
But that's not the intergovernmental, that's the charges for services.
No, it's under intergovernmental.
No, good, thank you. I just want to make sure we all knew where that was.
Right here.
And I appreciate your comment about the projections. It gives us a good look to see what it is, but it's not the budget. It's, thank you. I had another question. Personnel. And now I'm just looking at the one page, okay? The page that you've got showing here, financial projections. It's in red, and it's at 18.5. What was it before?
That was the one that just changed for the fire union and the health.
And the reduction in the health?
Yes.
Yeah.
Both those numbers. Right?
Okay.
So that was about 250,000, I think.
Okay, thank you. Well, and so we went from 17 to 18.5. Is that correct? 16.9 or 17 to 18.5.
Yeah, 16.9 in 22 to 18.5 in 23.
And I didn't think I heard any numbers that would be 1.5. Or did I?
You mean the 18.5? Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear any numbers that would take that to the 18.5.
Well, what's in there is we've got, for all the employees, everyone's got a 4% COLA.
Okay.
And then everyone except the fire union employees, the 48 or whatever fire union employees, we've got a 4% increase for all of those for the comp and class study potential impact. So that's 8% for most employees. And then we've also got our health benefit increase in there as well of 6% at this point.
So that wasn't in the other one?
Are you trying to compare 22 to 23
No.
or 23
No.
to 23?
I'm just
No, the
trying-
one that you brought us in July, I think is what
Okay,
he's
so
asking for.
That number from July was 18.7 million.
Okay.
And now it's 18 point, I can't read that,
And
5.
it reduced 200-something thousand for the reduction in health.
Got it.
And fire.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. All right, so now we have that outlook, right? And then the next one is Penny.
Yeah, the next one's penny fund. And we just have a few changes on the penny fund since our workshop number 2 and proposed budget. The change here is the parking garage project, CIP project, it's been increased by $1 million to assist in fully funding the project. We had applied for a $2 million grant. We mentioned at the previous meeting, we were not successful. So we're showing this fund being, adding $1 million to assist in fully, we're also adding $1 million to CRA that we'll go over in a few minutes. But we're adding $1 million to that project, and that increases the capital project, also the debt proceeds, and also the debt service paid on the proceeds. The red font shows the changes. We had an increase in debt proceeds under 2024. That's in red font. And then the debt service also increased in 25 to 28. Want to mention that the penny fund, if you go to the bottom, far right column to 28, we've got our penny fund that's unobligated. This is penny money is not designated towards any projects of $3.754 million. That number was $4.5 million in our proposed budget, so that's gone down some, and that went down with the increase in debt service is what brought that number down. I want to mention that one thing that's not in here in the penny fund that is just, I think, worth mentioning is that we have our $2 million loan for the golf club project that we'll be going over a little bit later. We discussed that some at the last meeting. We have a $2 million financing for 10 years. And one thing that I want to point out is if the golf course enterprise fund is not able to make the full debt service payment in any year, either the general fund or penny funds are going to have to pick that up, and it would likely be the penny fund. So I make that as a side note, just that's not in here, but if that were to happen for a year or two, that the penny fund would be probably the one obligated to make that payment, for that year or whatever years were involved. So just want to make that comment. We don't have that in these numbers because the enterprise fund's expected to pay all the debt, but I want to just throw it out there so everybody's aware of it. And that's
quick question. Where do you the $2 million's coming from ARPA and $2 million's coming from debt?
right.
That debt, from where is that debt?
The debt's in our enterprise fund. We've got it, the debt will be issued in '24, right before we started the project, in April sometime, April '24. And it's a 10-year loan we've got in our projections right now. We mentioned before, we might do a short-term internal loan, but we'll at some point do a long-term loan. But we got a 10-year loan at a 4.5% interest rate in our current budget numbers. And it's about $250,000 a year would be the debt service.
It's an external loan, and so then
External
this
loan,
is where you're covering it if it blows.
So
If it doesn't do well.
the analysis of the club is that they should be able to pay that debt, you know, and so that loan would be paid off entirely through the greens fees and et cetera at the club. What Les is saying is that if for any reason those greens fees don't, then there has to be a backstop, and it would be either general fund or penny fund. We just want the commission to understand that, as I'm sure you do. So, but, you know, the figures that we're running, we're being very careful, very conservative as far as what we anticipate for greens fees. And they're actually less, and once we go over the club fund, you'll see that. So, you know, as far as a longer-term loan versus interfund loan, if the interest rates continue to go up, and it would be more efficient, if you will, to take an interfund loan and then take out a loan when they go down again, we might look at that.
Because we can go for up to 3 years, right?
Yes.
Right. And on the next slide is, again, the penny long range, and it just shows here that the red font is the increase in the project. We increased the parking garage from 1.5 to 2.5 million in this scenario. Are there any questions on the penny fund?
On Penny?
I'm going to start at this end.
No, my only questions on Penny goes back to how flexible ARPA can be, so.
John?
Just about being conservative, that's it.
Well, I mean, with what we're seeing now on this and our other calculations and what the Board of Finance said, you know, it may come down to, we've got 3 big projects, we may have to go to 2. We may just have to do that. So we might as well get it out there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be responsible. So we'll have to see how it plays out.
Anything, Jeff? Yeah, I'm going to wait until our ARPA discussion because it all goes together. Okay.
Okay. Move to the ARPA.
Oh, here we are.
Oh, my favorite that I've been trying to get to for the last 10 minutes.
We're finally here. So we have one change in this fund since our proposed budget on the 22nd of July. The downtown East Plan, the deep meets materials project, has been added in the ARPA fund in the amount of $240,000 to fully fund the project. And this reduces the available ending unobligated ARPA funds from $435,947 to $195,947. If you turn to the next slide, Ashley, this shows the projects on this slide, and you can see the red font.
God bless you.
Bless you. We've added the meets materials in at 240, that's the red font. And then if you look at the bottom to the right there, the projects to be determined, which is really ones we have not applied any, funding we have not applied to any projects, is now 195,947. I do want to mention that the ARPA nonprofit grant budget is $550,000. Right now, with the current estimates, with what we're proposing, even taking into consideration adjusting up and increasing the Dunedin Cares, we're still going to be well below 550. We're going to be probably 200 to 250 below that number. So whatever's left will be put back into this unobligated amount. Just want to point that out. There will be some addition to this from that program in the near future. So those are the changes in the ARPA fund. As far as the question about ARPA and, and how it needs to be spent. Basically, I've reached out to Whit O'Brien, and we could definitely take, I'll pick a number, $5 million, pick a project that we did not want to do now, or two projects we did not want to do now, and we could move that to the general fund, and we could draw the grant down with governmental services. We could spend the grant down by the 2026 deadline, with governmental services in the general fund, and then we would need to set up a capital project reserve in the general fund, so we're not increasing our available reserves, because one thing we're not supposed to do with this money is build up reserves. But if we were to set up a capital reserve in the general fund of $5 million, for example, when we did that, we would draw the grant down with governmental services, and then after 26, or whenever the city decided, beyond the ARP deadlines, we could do that project at some point in the future without anything to do with the timelines of the grant.
Is it earmarked just for that project, specific?
It would
Whatever
be,
that project is?
Well, I think it need to be earmarked for a project or two, because one thing we would not want to fall, we would not want it to fall into general operating, that's for sure. It need to be capital. So I think
capital.
I think you could. I think if you had two projects, and you wanted to add a third, but that included that $5 million, I think you could probably do that, but it had to be definitely capital projects and not operating.
So it's not helping the bottom line of the reserve or the
No,
shortfall?
correct.
No, but it's helping so we don't spend a fortune on
Absolutely.
high-priced capital projects.
My
And we
gosh.
could wait till the cost, I mean, it can help us in the other way.
If that's true, we really ought to focus on that.
But
I mean,
you're
I'm
saying we
serious.
still have to spend it by 2026?
No,
No.
we don't.
No.
It comes
I think it's
on deadline money.
I think it's a term of art. I think it either has to be appropriated to a specific capital. I think that's what you're saying.
Is it specific?
Appropriated, but it not expended. Is that right? I mean, there's some terms of
Well,
art there.
the ARPA funds have to be fully expended by December 2026.
Correct.
That's a firm date. So what we do is, if we did this, we would move, say, $5 million as a number, put it in the general fund, call it capital project reserve, project X, project Y, and we would keep it there. It'd be set aside, reserved, earmarked money. It would not show as available fund balance because it's a designation by the commission. And then as far as the ARPA grant's concerned, we would apply general government services, which could be police, fire, against that $5 million, and that meets the requirements of the grant, and the grant closes out in December 2026. We've spent all of our $18.3 million, including that $5 million, but then the money set aside for the capital project is still there, and if we decide to do the project in 27, 28, or whatever, that capital reserve is still there to do that project that you have set it aside for, if that makes sense. So, or two
We've taken
projects.
deadline money and made it undeadlined.
Right, but what you just said, what about fire and law enforcement you just said? I didn't
Well,
understand
I'm
that.
just saying, I'm using those as examples. For instance, as an example, we've got $2 million of ARPA in our 22 budget right now, and we just drew down 1.1 million of that, and our sheriff contract for 3 months is eligible for ARPA reimbursement for revenue replacement. So next month, we'll draw down less than 3 months and get to that $2 million number. So those particular expenditures are eligible under ARPA, so we would apply those as an example and other ones to draw the grant money down if we did want to set aside capital dollars and spend.
Okay, so
after
you're
that
saying
timeline.
there's two different things happening here. We can lower our costs in the general fund by fire and police.
Draw down on ARPA, using
Right,
ARPA.
you're saying, which can, obviously helps the bottom line. That, you're saying you can do that, or any combination, keep some money for later to do capital projects at a lower cost in hopes. That's what you're saying,
Right.
bottom line.
Bottom line, yeah, that's right. Exactly.
So Jennifer, again, so that, I don't want us to go down rabbit holes, because there's a lot of decision-making here, especially when you're looking at these projects, looking at your projections. I know there are a couple of things coming back to us in the next couple of months. Can you, and Les, and Jorge, and whoever, your department team, look at all that and come back to us with a recommendation of what you're thinking?
We can do that.
Because
We
you've
can do that.
expressed ideas to me, I'm sure you've expressed ideas to the others.
Yes. Yeah.
And you have some thought process, you just don't have it to a point where you feel comfortable saying this is what we should do.
That's absolutely correct, because we were answering one question specifically.
Right.
So, and the question was, can we use ARPA funding and put it in a capital reserve and spend it later? And the answer is yes. You know, that's the question that we've been able to answer.
Right.
So there are other things that we really need to look into, and that is exactly what constitutes a governmental service that is an eligible expenditure, and what projects we would, you know, that whole thing. There's a lot of moving parts here, so we were able to answer that one question specifically. And not only that, but Les and I had a good conversation about this. You know, ARPA is designated for, you know, one-time quick strike capital projects, never to, you know, build up our reserve, and never for operating. Right. So, you know, we start to get in that kind of a gray area, right, where I want to be sure that we are so solid that none of this can be clawed back, you know, and Widow O'Brien has been very helpful in whatever plan that we put before you. So there's work to be done here. I think it's a great idea, but I think we need to know a whole lot more about it before we can present anything to you.
It's just like in the penny, I mean, you saw some problems with the ending fund balance in CRA and in the penny. You know, there are like a particular year or two where it gets a little low, and then it builds back up. And obviously that's got to get addressed. So that's a complicated thing that has to be worked through with all of you. And then some projects are in two funds.
Right.
So it's, how do you, I don't think we can solve that right here today,
No.
or unless you tell me we can.
No.
Yeah, and I like Virginia said, I want to vet one. Also want to mention, I think there may be, I think what we're discussing in the general fund may be able to happen in the penny fund as well, and we'll look at both those and see which one makes the most sense, you know, as far as setting capital money aside.
So is that something you think you can come back to us, let's see, we're in August, so next month, like quickly? I say quickly, but I mean.
I think by our tentative budget meeting on the 15th, if that's okay with you, Jennifer.
Well, and a budget amendment can also happen.
Well, just a
in
couple
case it takes
things. We'll strive for, we'll push hard for the 15th, you know, because Widow O'Brien has also been very responsive, so they've been very helpful. That said, we need to have this thoroughly vetted and be comfortable with it for the 15th. We have, as you know, a period of time. I mean, we can address this year, next year we can, but this is all part of the plan of the projects that we do too, right, coming up. So there are so many moving parts here that we'll try to get it for the 15th, but if we're not sure, then I'd like to roll that a little bit. This might even be you know, a special meeting. We might need a special meeting a little bit later, because we have several things going on here. We have our large-scale capital projects. We've got ARPA, which, you know, all sorts of things happening here. This, I would have to say, is one of the most challenging times as far as budgeting goes, and what's available to us, and what we allocate our funds to and don't allocate our funds to, and the construction environment right now, and all those things. So to answer your question, yeah, we'll try for the 15th.
Well, I mean, but even if it doesn't make the budget book, we can make a budget amendment.
can.
It's not like we can't do that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But on the face of it, it's good news.
Yes.
As flexibility.
It gives us, you know, it has the potential to give us so much flexibility for the good of, you know, making good, I mean, you go right to the heart of what the finance board said, you know, being cautious and conservative, and, you know, not getting, you know, hit with big costs when you can wait a little bit longer and have, you know, lower costs. So I mean, it's good news, but I agree. But it does, and I want to say one other thing, it goes to show too, Widow O'Brien? How, you know, valuable they've been to us too, to be able to have that expertise that we can count on.
They have been fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome, so money well spent.
Yeah, well, you were a dog with a bone on this, as they say,
Yep.
so.
Made me start thinking about it. That was a dog with a bone.
And thanks for bringing that up, Deborah. Awesome.
Okay, so is everybody okay with what we just said? The consensus is come back with a recommendation, look at those projects, tell us where they need to go, and whatever, right? We may not always agree with you, but
Right.
I definitely want to recommend.
We make recommendations, and you make policy, so.
Well, yeah, and part of it will be, just if I may, Mayor, I mean, just what's the range, if we can do it? What's the range of what, how far can we push the envelope? Because the more money we can make flexible, it helps our decision-making for the citizens.
Because there is a limit, you're right. You start with 10 million, and then you got to back
Right,
into
you
that
gotta
number.
back out what we've already used
We'll figure
for
that out,
actual.
but there is a number, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the next is the CRA fund. And there's been some revisions to this fund. First, we had a decrease in our ad valorem property tax revenue of $6,042 due to a slight decrease in the AV growth. The growth went from 13.82 to 13.49 per the county's July 1st estimates. We had a reduction in healthcare cost of $4,400 with lower health estimates. A reduction in the annual cost for leased parking, and the total reduction from 23 to 28 is about $50,000. We reduced each year a little bit in that line item. The downtown East End plan, the DEEP project from East Materials, that project will be carried over to 2023 in the CRA fund. And in addition, $60,000 has been budgeted in 23 to fully fund that project. And we also added in the parking garage project I mentioned earlier. We added $1 million to the CRA fund to fully fund the parking garage project, and that increased the debt proceeds as well as the debt service. And if you go to the next page, the project page, it shows the red fonts where the parking garage was increased from 1.5 to 2.5 million at the top, and we added $60,000 for the East End downtown project, and then red font on the increase in the leased parking towards the bottom. Are there any questions on the CRA fund?
Questions on CRA? Anybody? Okay.
The leased parking
Oh,
went
wait a
up or
minute.
down?
Up.
It went up, yeah.
Is this where I had my question?
Down.
Jennifer?
I think you already had your question. That was our.
No, not that question,
Oh.
my other question.
Oh, there's a secret question
Oh.
only you two know about.
Let me look at my notes.
Okay, no, you need a footnote for the, am I in the wrong place again?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't see anything you needed a
You
footnote
know
for.
what? It's getting really hot in here.
It is
too.
getting
My brain
warm.
starts not working.
It is getting warm.
Don't put it down a notch. I put it up a notch.
My brain starts not working.
You put it up a notch?
Yeah.
Put it down a notch.
I just
Colder.
Put it down two notch.
No, that goes to our ISF fund, and it costs more.
Yeah, well,
That's right.
Keith left, so.
Uh-oh. There he is, there he is.
You didn't see her do that, did you? Uh-oh. Listen, you can't have a bunch of women sitting on the dais and think they're not going to be hot.
Hey, don't make
Not
it a
when we're
woman
at this
thing.
age. I'm sorry, it's, and Keith, you have no say in that.
I'm sorry, we're really gonna make it a woman thing? Come on, you're better than that. Don't do that.
I'm sorry, but it's absolutely fact-driven. It has,
It's a statistic.
it is real fact. No fake news
I'll just say,
here.
I was fine before, so
Right,
I'll
I've
get
been
my, I'll get
But
my
you're in a
sweater
house
in
full of
about
women.
15 minutes. Oh, and I never touched the thermostat.
yeah.
I
Okay,
just do it because.
Now
of
we're on
the
golf?
mayor. She drives me.
Yes.
golf, okay, golf.
Okay, the golf operations fund.
You stayed out of that well, John.
Oh, he knows
Smart
better
man.
too. He's got
Smart man.
he's got one of us at home.
I want to show my intelligence.
Okey doke. This is your conservative projection of the golf fund.
Yes.
Go.
Yeah, so we've, just a couple things to point out. We're estimating that if you look under 23, the very top, under 23 budget, it shows beginning fund balance. That's an estimate. We're estimating at this point that the club at the end of June 2023 will be transferring assets, and which will include cash and cash to the city, and we're estimating that to be about $700,000. We think that's a reasonable number based on everything we see now with the golf club. Also, what I mentioned in 2023, this is really a 3-month budget. We're estimating that we sort of take it over July 1st or right about then to the end of September. So these estimates for 23 are from that time frame, July to September 30th, 2023. We have included in these estimates for the personnel cost, we've got the cost of the new city positions are included in the personnel cost, and they're added in this golf operations fund, and that includes 8 full-time positions and 3 VOD positions. The positions will be discussed by Teresa Smalling in just a few minutes on the next slide in more detail. All of these positions are budgeted for 3 months in the 2023 budget, and then a full year every year after that, 24 to 28, except for the general manager position. The general manager position, we're budgeting for a full year in 23. We're hoping to have that position filled around October of this year timeframe, so we're budgeting that for a full year in 23 and future years. For the 24 budget revenue, we reduced the revenue in 24 because we're expecting the course to close for the restoration and the work. So we've reduced the revenue from that 4 to 6 month time frame, whatever that ends up being. We are expecting that $700,000 that I mentioned earlier will cover that reduction in revenue in 2024, and we've made that assumption in this forecast. Beginning in 2025, we've assumed that the course restoration is complete and have a full year of revenue and expenses for 2025. The 24 budget also includes, I mentioned a little bit earlier, under the expenses, we've got a debt financing of $2 million for the Golf Course Enterprise Fund, and that payment is $250,600 a year, and that would start in 2024. There'd be one payment in 24, and then there'd be 2 payments a year in 25 and after. We're assuming that the revenues are covering the expenses. Every year we're basically showing this to be a break even, as you can see right now in our forecast. The expenses in 25 include an increase in golf course maintenance once the restoration is complete and the course is opened up again in 2025. We're expecting that maintenance costs will go up by about $150,000 a year, and those sounds like a big number, but those are consistent with some of the information we've received from the club and the studies it's done, plus our consultants. So we put that anticipated increase beginning in 25 to maintain the course at a high level. And maintenance is, in 2025, maintenance is just under $1 million a year, as an example, with that increase. The revenue assumption is that the average price per round for outside play, and outside plays, that just means non-member play, member play, and there's outside play. Outside play, the average round would increase in 25 and after once the course is restored to the spirit of Donna Ross. We're assuming the average round increases from about $44 in 2022 currently to about $66 per round in 2026. We're also assuming an increase in membership dues of 5% each year, beginning in 25 through 28. That estimate in membership dues is, we think, very reasonable. It's much less than the estimate that was done by the club with their consultant that they had provided in their estimates. So we think once the course is put to the Donna Ross caliber, we expect that current members will be increasing, and then also future memberships will be increasing, and as well as they're expecting to have an initiation fee once that's done too, of some $3,000 to $5,000 a year. That's not included in here. We just assume at this point, without specifics, 5% increase every year from 25 to 28 in membership dues. I want to mention that the food and beverage at the course is included in the 23 budget. It's included for the 3 months, and it's also included in the full year too. And the food and beverage nets to zero. The revenues and the expenses are netting to zero. That's pretty consistent with how the club currently budgets this, and we also wanted to make sure that we sort of we're not showing that making a profit, because we're not expecting it to. We're expecting it to be pretty much break even. And we have the salary and benefits for the 8 employees I mentioned earlier, plus we have salary and benefits in this personnel line for food and beverage as well. So right now, we're assuming that the food and beverage activities would be, the revenue and expense are being shown at gross, they're being shown on the revenue side and the expense side. And I want to mention that could change. One of the things we're waiting for is we're waiting for an agreement from the club to do the food and beverage. And once we get that agreement, we'll know more what the terms are of that agreement and whether that agreement is worded in such that it's like a food operator and doing all the food and beverage for us with no rent, or whether it's more that they're doing this on behalf of the city. And depending on how that is worded, the salary and benefits that we have currently could go down to operating. It could be more of a contractual relationship, but it would not change the total cost. It would not change the net here. But I just want to mention that the accounting may change once we understand the agreement. So just want to mention that.
Very good.
And that concludes my general comments on the long-range plan, and I'll turn it over to Teresa to go over the positions.
Teresa?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management for the city. What I wanted to show, you've seen this before, the proposed organizational chart for the golf club. The general manager, as Les mentioned, the position has been posted. It is on our website, and it has been sent out to the various professional golf places that, people look for those jobs. We're looking at retaining the head golf professional, the assistant golf professional, the golf shop attendant, all full-time positions, as well as the receptionist/admin assistant. That would be the person that's at the front desk when you go into the golf club. And then the cart range attendants, we are keeping right now 2 full-time equivalents. And then because we sort of have a policy that we don't have VODs the same title as regular employees, similar to what we have over at Sterling Links Golf Club, we'll have 3 park attendants. With the FTE would vary. Right now, I think we came back, when we asked the golf club for the average hours, they said 20 to 30 hours per week. So, we kind of budgeted about 20, 25 hours for the variable on-demand employees. So just going to the next slide.
Okay, so what benefits do the VODs get?
VODs do not get benefits.
0, here or any place in the system?
Correct.
Just confirming, thank you.
So just breakdown, as was noted on the org chart. What we're showing here are who's benefits eligible, the default hours, and the proposed grade of bringing them into the city's pay plan. Then on the last 2 columns, we're showing how we're at the positions the cost centers for the positions. So you'll notice that the general manager is 20% would be attributable to the general fund, because the manager will be overseeing Sterling Links Golf Club, which at this time is still in the general fund. And then the remainder would go to the golf ops fund. Most of the admin, the budget financial analyst would be sharing time with the finance department as well as the golf club. So once again, you see that breakout. And then pretty much all the other positions would be 100% under the golf operation fund. This time, I'll entertain any questions we have.
Okay, I'm going to start with you, Vice Mayor.
So in our 364 FTE, those 8 are included?
No, they're not included at this time.
Just because you haven't approved the budget yet.
Yes.
So
The approval of the budget approves the positions, is that why it's not in there?
Correct. When we were putting together that side, we were still working on this side, so we kept them apart.
So but it is going to change the FTE.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
will.
Yes.
yeah. I mean, that was my point. So you're actually going to, when we approve the budget, you're going to 372.
And technically, it wouldn't take place, the general manager would go in as of October 1st. the other positions would be as of June 1st.
So half a year,
Yeah.
say.
Yes.
So I get it.
2023.
And their fees and whatever are covering the cost of these positions, so, except for the 20%.
Right. and
For the
so-
most part, not entirely, but there's a smaller delta. So, enough that I'm comfortable with recommending that this plan.
But it's.
I mean, the percent that's going to general fund?
The number that we got from the golf club on what they're paying for positions right now does not include whatever they pay for benefits, which is not that much, but we don't have, full numbers. So our numbers include benefits, and so it's gonna show a change. Plus the card attendants, in slotting them into our pay plan, they're getting a small increase.
But I guess the bottom line is, what you're showing is, after the renovation, then you believe that these, other than the general manager, I guess, budget financial analyst, that it's going to be paid for out of the operations of the club?
Yes.
These new?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And if I may, Mayor, just to make a comment regarding the Vice Mayor's comment, this is an add to the FTEs. It certainly is. And I know that all of you are always very diligent about adding FTEs. The point is, we're also adding a division.
Yeah, we're
And we need to populate the division.
You can't do it without any
No.
extra staff?
Afraid not.
Can't you manage
Well, we'll ask Vince if he.
Maybe we could be VODs after work.
could.
We could all be there.
Yeah, but you know what I do when I drive around the golf cart?
Oh, yeah.
On a golf
But
course.
this 80-20 split stays.
Would we get paid
Yeah.
for that? I don't think so.
She understands.
We would not get
At
paid.
the 80-20 split stays. I'll make sure. Yeah.
Jeff, any questions?
No, but just to acknowledge the new division is actually an enterprise fund,
Yeah.
Yes.
right? So that was it.
So the 20% actually is an increase to our budget?
Yes, to the general fund. Yes.
Right, and that's built into our long-term numbers already?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming, Teresa, that basically every one of these positions is probably better off in this scenario than the current scenario they're in, based on pay and benefits?
Based on the benefits that they get over at the golf course, yes, they would seem to be a better deal for them.
So pay might be kind of equitable, but the benefits are better.
Yes, the pay I did not increase their current pay.
Gotcha.
Right now, but then they would, fall under the merit increase at some point, and like I said, the benefits are better.
And the general manager's at the division director level.
Correct.
How about the head golf professional? What's that compared to, like?
That was slotted in, let me see where I put that, 822 supervisor level.
But it made
Somewhere
sense
between the
compared to everybody
superintendent And the park supervisor.
Gotcha, okay, thank you, that's all I had.
Sean?
What is an A30? What's the range? What's the
830 is
range?
a division director level.
Director level?
930 are division directors.
About what's the range for
Oh,
that?
the range, that was a very good question, Commissioner.
Well, a thing
look
you
it up
sent
for
out
you.
was 69 to 100, I think it was. The
101.
salary range that I saw in the application or the job announcement, right? It was
Yes.
like 69 to 100 and 101.
102,
There you go.
yes, thank
So
you.
that's got to be the range.
So that is that range of
Yes.
that. And the 2080, we said that split will stay,
Yes.
okay? And of that split, does additional monies ever get allocated because of time spent by others within this fund, or not at this point in time?
As far as I know, not at this
Okay.
point in time.
Okay.
That's a good question. So allocated, because it's going to take your time.
Right. We're not planning on folding that into the enterprise fund.
Ever?
Well,
I never say never, right?
yeah, but that's,
Right.
every other enterprise fund pays that. Why would this one not?
Because we've essentially populated, every position that we need at the golf club. The budget financial analyst is to take the burden off of finance. This person will be embedded there. I'm going to be spending as much time as I am with any of the other enterprise funds, and none of my salary comes out of the enterprise funds for
But
those
that
other
person
ones.
reports directly to you.
Well, so does, I mean, Jorge does, and, you know.
Yeah, but what about the computer system? What about
Custodial. What about
I mean,
Well,
that makes no sense.
Let me put it this way. The point is, yes, we could assign those to the golf club to relieve the general fund or relieve those funds or whatever. We need to make this successful to begin with, and then we can look at that.
But it wouldn't be to relieve the general fund.
It's not
It
to
would be a
relieve
fair
the general
allocation,
fund.
but I
It's
understand
to
you
be
want it
consistent.
to hit its feet first.
But we are, like, for instance, we are going to do, we will be doing, we're still figuring it out, we will be doing an IT allocation once we figure it out, but we're still developing what's needed over there, so, as an example.
So are you going to do the other allocations? I mean, whatever
Well, we're already-
every other thing does.
Yeah, we're already doing, the custodial's already in there, the custodial, you know, and the
Insurance.
facility maintenance is already in there, so that was in the general fund, and that's moving to the enterprise fund, as an example, so that'll be in
So
there
you
too.
are doing
So you are
allocation.
doing it. Yeah.
You're just not doing the full scope, is
We're
what
not
you're
doing the
saying.
full, right.
Like less is time.
Keith is saying no custodial, just for the record. So just facility maintenance.
Do you have any other questions, John, or comments?
And then you said that this was not in our, these numbers were not in our budget yet. Did I hear somebody say that?
The FTEs were not included in our personnel
chart.
account.
In the chart, just the FTEs,
Oh, just
not
in the
money.
chart?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, you said you had another question?
Yeah, and I did, and I missed the beginning of John's question, so just wanted, was that in relation to combining Sterling Links and the club?
No.
No. Is there, because 20% for the general managers is because of Sterling Links, the driving range?
Yes.
And is there a reason why, and Sterling Links is out of the general fund, is there a reason by association that those aren't combined?
Good question.
Yeah, that's a good question. We
know the answer.
we looked into that, our county department looked into that, and basically, we reached out to our CPA firm too to get their interpretation of it, and they feel that even though they both have driving ranges, they're not alike enough to put them in the same enterprise fund, so for now, they're recommending that we have the golf club as an enterprise fund, and we keep Sterling as one of the Parks and Recs departments. So Sterling is currently in the general fund and not the enterprise fund.
Okay. And then just to clarify that the FTEs aren't part of the chart, but their salaries are included in the budget.
Yes, yes, they're in here, yes.
Oh, well, see, that makes a difference. So their
Yeah.
salaries are included, it just wasn't reflected as the correct number because it can't be until we approve the budget.
Right,
that correct?
it's not in the org chart.
Well, they did the chart before they did this.
Right,
That's
we're
what it
done yet.
was.
That's what it sounds like.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so I have two questions that I'm sorry, Jennifer, I didn't think of yesterday. I was looking at the reserves. What are we saying is their target number? Because you don't have it there. I mean, you have a reserve, you just don't have the percentage there.
Well, we'll need to add that to our policy, but the
Right.
target number will be probably 15 to 25%.
Right. Because like when I look at when I look at 2028 and I divide the number into the operating, it's sitting there at 20%, 19.8 when I divide it out. If I looked at it the right way, if I did the math right.
We'll have to vet the reserve when we.
And I know that you're going to build that up slowly, which leads me to my second. And we went through this with the Blue Jays because it wasn't anything that we ever did with the stadium fund until we did this new contract. Where on here are we going to start putting money aside for future capital? Because there needs to be, as you know, every 10 years, essentially, it might be 12, it might be 8, but every 10 years, you got to change the green, you got to improve the greens, there's certain things that you have to do, and I don't know what they all are. And so you have to pick a number that you're at least trying to achieve if you want a true enterprise fund, like we do for dredging, right, in the marina. that doesn't mean you're not going to take money out of Penny to put towards it. I'm just saying there has to be some base number that this operation is going to put aside. And I don't see anything here for that.
Yeah, that's a good question. Jennifer, I talked about this. We've not put a capital reserve in yet, and that needs to be vetted more. A couple things. I think the new GM can help with that when they come on board, and also, we need to.
General manager.
General manager, thank you. And we need to spend a lot of time really looking at how they do business and what things can we change. Are there things we can change that they're doing now that we may save money? In other words,
Right.
And
There's a whole lot of things.
As an example,
Okay.
credit card processing fees, as an example. We know their fees are a lot higher than ours, and we need to research, can we move that to our vendors and things like that? So I think once we vet things like that, we can start fine-tuning more of a capital plan.
So can we add 2 footnotes to this? That one saying, need to create a target reserve, right? Whatever the percentage is. And that, an ongoing capital plan will be whatever you want to say, that it's coming at some point, develop, that's a good word. And it might be next year, because this is just the pre-planning.
Right, and a short year.
But I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of that.
No, we won't.
Because I think every time we've done something like this, like especially with Sterling, when we put together Sterling, who was here for that? I don't know who was here for that. Vince, we put together Sterling as an enterprise fund. We never put together a long-term capital strategy for that. This was pre the company, management company. We never did. And, it was wrong that we didn't do it because it hurt us.
We never made money either, so, right? So we just need to make money.
Well, I don't know if
We'll pay
it,
the rest out, right?
I also think it was sort of, the chicken or the egg? If we weren't investing as we were going, it started to look terrible. And that was on us too. I mean, it looked bad when we had it. So I want to make sure that we're doing truly successful. But I appreciate your conservative numbers, and I didn't have any questions there. So you'll add those 2 footnotes.
Just really quickly, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to thank the board of directors of the golf club. We've been working with them very well. They've been very receptive. They've been very helpful in moving along. So I'm really pleased with the partnership that we've developed with them. And I really genuinely feel that their focus and their goal is the club and the success of the club. And all personalities have withdrawn from that aspect, if you will. As it pertains to the driving range, I intend to put the general manager over the driving range. Chris Hoban in Parks and Recreation has done a fantastic job with it. If any of you have been out there lately, the covered, it's really, it's everybody there seems to be, functioning very well. So I'm very pleased with the way that showed up. So I don't want Chris to feel in any way, shape, or form putting a general manager over him.
He'll be the day-to-day person
right,
still.
Right, exactly, or Jocelyn or anybody like that. But it's really a golf operation type of a thing. And finally, if I may, well done, Les, and Vince with the ongoing, and Teresa. I'm sorry, this has been a real group effort. We haven't done this before.
And it's
Jorge and Laney.
And it's baby
right.
steps, like you said. You don't have all the information now. So I hope nobody thinks I was giving a hard time about those 2 things.
So the last thing is, I'm really enjoying this work effort. So thank you. It's
well, of course
a lot of fun.
It's something you like to do.
So
You're a golfer.
yeah, that's right.
Deborah and I still want to
and
be
the chief.
a VOD. Yeah. We're going to do the drink cart. We have experience. We have a lot of experience at that.
It's just
Where I could go with those comments.
marketing.
We're going to do the drink cart.
We'll appreciate it if you decide to do it volunteer.
As long as you buy the drinks.
Mayor, it was always 10 years ago that this should be one name, one brand. And for all these years, it hasn't been. It's been the Sterling, then Casper, and then us, and then the club. But that's truly forming into one name, one brand for the whole golf facility.
I think eventually Sterling will fall under this. But we're not there yet.
Good answer, Les. Could happen.
Okay.
All right, thank
And
you.
Vince, thanks for all, everybody, thanks for all the hard work. It's not done yet, but thank you. Okey doke.
Teresa.
Yeah, break.
I'm coming.
Those charts like to throw me over the edge.
No break?
Les moves to another seat. Like a doctor in the, you know.
Musical chairs.
I guess we're on health fund.
Oh, yeah, the health benefits.
Do you want to just take over now? Do you want to just take over now?
What do you mean? No, I'm just talking to myself.
Oh, I know. You got all excited about the health benefits.
Oh, yes.
That was like the worst part of the budget for me to look at.
Well, it got reduced, so that's good.
Yeah, no, that's true. No offense, Teresa.
No,
Just
none
a lot of
taken.
charts.
None taken.
A lot of charts.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
So I'll real briefly go over the long-range plan, and then I'll turn it over to Teresa and Sean. Just one quick thing on it, really. The health fund expenses and corresponding revenues have decreased by about $240,000 in total since our workshop number 2 on the proposed budget, and that's due to the reduction in medical claims and reinsurance. And the increase is now just that 6% increase in 23 over 22. And I'll turn it over to Teresa.
Thank you, Les. So just some items for discussion that we'll be going over is the benefits renewal information, review of plan offerings, our Go 365 wellness program update, our consumer-directed health plan incentive that we give for those that enroll in that plan, our claims experience update, as well as going over our fiscal year 23 medical premiums. So moving on. The benefits renewal, these are other than I know a lot of times we talk about medical, but we do have other benefits, and this just gives you an overview of any renewal amounts and the dates that they're guaranteed through. So as you can see, we do not have any increases for our other benefits this upcoming fiscal year, and we have rate guarantees through the end of fiscal year 23. Just a side note, we had Cigna as our life insurance carrier, and they're now called New York Life. Anytime you want to stop me for questions, please feel
I'll get
free.
to the end.
Okay. As we do.
I just find it so comical that I feel this way and she's the polar opposite. I just think it is so funny.
As we do every year, we just wanted to give an overview of what the plan offerings are for each of our 4 medical insurance plans. We have 2, we call them HMOs, pretty much point of service plan, and then the consumer-directed health plan that has an associated health savings account. Go 365, for those, just for the benefit, excuse me?
I don't know what your notes are, so I'm trying to.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll remember to prompt you. So Go 365 for the benefit of those who may be new. This is our wellness program that's administered by Humana, our provider for medical, dental, and vision. And as of August 1st, we have approximately 71% participation level. Based on the participation of every employee at the end of August, we look at their level of the category that they've reached. And then that amount, with commission approval, of course, is put into their HRA or HSA at the beginning of the fiscal year. So, for example, if you're platinum, which is the highest level, that means you've made 10,000 points and plus 5,000 for every eligible dependent. Then if you would have $700 put into your HRA or HSA account as of October 1st for you to use for eligible medical, dental, vision expenses. And then our consumer-directed health plan incentive. The commission may remember when we instituted at the time it was called the high deductible health plan. We, as added bonus to encourage participation in the plan. We use the difference between the premium of the base HMO and the new high deductible health plan, and we put that into the HSA for any employee that enrolled into the plan. So these, based on the coverage tier, this is the amount that goes into the employee's health savings account or health reimbursement account. And then claims experience update. With me, I have Sean Fleming from the Garing Group, our benefits consultant. He is the senior benefits consultant that's assigned to us. And he was very kind to put these slides together. So he'll be happy to answer any questions you may have about these slides as I go through them. This just gives you an overview of our claims experience. As you can see, the trend is down. However, it's over a 7% increase over what we had before COVID.
Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID, yes. Average increases. The trend, as we've talked about in past times, is usually somewhere between 8% and 12%. So I think we're trending pretty well. And then the plan expenses versus the plan funding is a little over 100%.
Plus, we have new things like monkeypox, and I heard somebody had polio this morning. It's like, oh my God. Things we have to worry about.
Yes, for sure.
You're cracking me up.
The next slides are just sort of what Humana gives us each year. We have an annual Plan Compass review with them, and they pretty much go over our medical and pharmacy experience and give us recommendations as to anything that we may need to look for or look at, or any changes we may want to make. As you can see across the board, we're sort of tracking downward, which for us is a good thing. The average age has gone down. I think maybe about 3 years ago, it was up as high as 43. So
That number's kind of shocking. I don't remember ever seeing that average number.
Yes, so I think that helps us overall. And then our medical and pharmacy plan, how much we're paying, has kind of tracked down. As Les mentioned, our claims are down this year, which has helped our overall position in the health benefits fund. Moving on to the next slide. This is the pharmacy dashboard, and this is just showing how much we paid out, and that has also tracked downward. It's showing that it's about 20% less overall, and then the amount of prescriptions that are being filled and the amount of specialty prescriptions that are being filled is also tracking downward. Next slide. So renewal projection, and you have the handout for that.
Before
because
you go,
it is.
could I just ask a quick
Sure.
I was just kind of curious, like, what's our top drugs/medications that get, that,
Are you talking kind of general class, Commissioner, or?
yeah, general class?
So right now, it's kind of the largest single class is going to be what we call the biologics. Largely those Humiras, Enbrels, and those drugs that are designed to treat autoimmune disorders such as rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthritis, psoriasis. Those are going to be the largest cost category. The largest kind of volume and cost category together would be diabetes medicines. And we've seen a large, even though there's not an extremely high prevalence, we've seen a shift in the marketplace from lower cost generics in the diabetes space to a lot of high cost brand name drugs. So we went from $20 a month to a metformin that was generic to now one of these new ones you probably see a commercial for, and they can be $1,000 a month for those drugs now. So that's driven a lot of the pharmacy costs up.
So sometimes, there's a high prevalence of like antidepressant type stuff, and I was thinking with COVID, do we see any spike in that?
So we did see spike in some of the usage, but as an overall cost driver, when you
That's
look at that compared to some of the other things, it's relatively low. But we did see a spike, across the board. We saw a large spike in especially EAP usage, behavioral health, counseling. The medications, some kind of followed with that, but we definitely saw a very correlated spike in the counseling and people looking for services.
Thank you.
Teresa, previous page, why did it go down 20, almost 21%? Do we know, or?
This one, so the pharmacy, decrease in pharmacy,
Yes.
I don't, well, Sean might be able to help with that.
So combination without the list in front of it, but there were a couple of claimants on some shorter term, high cost medications that were no longer on there, so that drove a lot of that.
I mean, that means somebody who's taken something that has required a lot of cash.
Yes, sir.
And they can really not toss that up, and it's just an occurrence, that's all.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Humana does have a protocol where the doctors have to go through certain steps before they can prescribe the higher end drugs, and also, sort of justify, the need for that one over another, less expensive one. All righty, moving to the next slide. Back to the renewal projection. We go over this each year, and, at the bottom of the bottom line is that even with ensuring that we have reserve funding, we've kind of built in about 231,000 for a deficit, because as you know, when it comes to budgeting for health claims, that's sort of like tossing a dart at a dartboard. You have a good year or you have a bad year. You can, as Les noted, we budgeted, I think it was almost 4.5 million, and now we're down, I think it was 200-something thousand less. It can easily flip the other way if we have, catastrophic claims or, a lot of usage. So we like to build in, because just for the benefit, once again, of those who are not familiar with our self-insurance fund, we are required to report to the state each year an actuarial report, and they like us to have 60 days worth of claim. So in case we decided to dissolve the plan, we'd be able to meet all our claims without going insolvent. So that's one of the main reasons why we have a reserve, and as well as to take care of any unforeseen things that may happen above what we budgeted for. So it started out as high as our projected claims came out as high as 16% at the beginning of the budget cycle. And then it's been slowly going down. We're happy to report it went down to 10 and then 7.4 in this latest projection comes in at 5.6%. And just want to thank the Garing Group for continuing to keep track of it and help us with trying to figure out our budget every year, because sometimes, as Ashley knows, it's an octopus with more than 8 legs on it.
It's a monster.
It's okay. It's a sea monster. It's a Meg. So we're really happy when we're finally able to balance the health benefits fund. Any questions on the projections?
Well, you want to tell us what you're recommending, because you didn't get to that part.
Oh, no, we haven't gotten to that part
next
yet.
slide.
We're
So,
about to get to that part with the next slide.
If I could just ask one question in the current chart.
Yes.
The reinsurance premium 12% increase, that's a projected, or that's an actual, and is that just the stop loss?
So yes, that's the stop loss. That actually also went down because they actually went from, it was 12 to...
Yeah, it was, so 12 was the initial offer, and we were able to negotiate a little bit off that. It came down, I believe, to the 10-point-something% range, which wasn't a huge move in the overall projection, but they're watching claims, throughout the year to see if they need to adjust that before they finalize that number. So with one more month of good claims, we were able to get them to lock it in a little bit lower.
What is our stop loss level?
So the deductible is 110,000, and then
Oh, and you actually have the threshold right there.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
gotcha. Okay. Cool, thank you.
So tell us what you're recommending.
So, just the renewal increase shows the different scenarios that we looked at, if we shared that 5.6%, or if we gave a small increase to the employees, or if the city absorbed the increase. And we are recommending that the city go ahead and absorb the increase for this year, given that, we're still trying to navigate our way through a new normal.
I'm for that.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I've already looked at it. I looked at it.
Yeah, when you show this to us again, if you could just show us what that means in the actual, like, per employee rate?
You did. It's in there. In all those charts?
Also scenarios? Per employee rate?
Oh, not each
Yeah, those
scenario.
scenarios.
It gives you the
Right, no.
3% increase, and it gives you, it gives you the 3%. What?
That being said, I'm in favor, but I'm
Okay,
just saying,
yeah,
if
in
you've
the-
got three options, it'd be good
Yeah,
to see
in the
what that
handouts, so it was the handouts, the C handouts, they're on your chair somewhere.
Oh, okay, so it's in our.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. Overall,
Yes.
I'm in favor, and I'm definitely in favor, because we haven't seen our market study. We know our employees are, doing a lot.
Okay. You got consensus direction then to move forward with?
The absorption.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, both of you, for all the hard work.
Thank you.
All right, we got the health fund, we already heard the Board of Finance. And now we have the business initiatives and CIP fund
That was
update.
just for information, that's all, yeah. It's just information for you guys.
Are we done?
No, that's where my question was.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we need a footnote. This really bugged me because we have gone through it so many times. It's on the art incubator. It shows that we're going to pay 98,105, but the issue is we pay, but then we get this money in, and so that is not right. You need to show, and we need to show with the rents, with
The net cost, the net cost.
Yeah, we'll show that in the staffing when this comes before you, for sure.
Okay, because, that's just misleading.
But she's saying in the business
Well,
plan.
we can reflect it in the business plan as well.
It's on the project page, I believe, but you're just saying like on this, it doesn't show.
Yeah, we don't go to the project page.
Yeah, it just, after we've talked about this so much, it doesn't seem that it's fairly and accurately.
We can do that, Vice Mayor. No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, good job.
All right, so.
You got it so easy today, Bob. Jeez, oh,
He's had it
man.
really easy. And I'm glad he's had it easy. All right, so I know there are probably a couple other things that each one of you want to talk about, and then final direction. Do we want to get right into that, or do we want to take a little break before we come back
say
and
a
do that? I say a break, too.
Say a quick break, too.
Yeah, quick break, but quick.
Well, how long is quick?
How quick is quick?
8 minutes.
Be clear, 10, make it 10, we're good, 10 minutes.
out here. I guess maybe I'll hold off. I was going to, as I always do, make a list of the things we had consensus on, but, so I do have those. Maybe I'll go ahead and do that, and then anything else that anybody wants to talk about, we'll add to the list. So what I show for today, and let me know if I've missed anything, the support for aid to org. We support the recommendations for aid to org. You're going to come back at some future time about the hub, about Dunedin Cares, and about the special event with the Art Center, right? And then Mo and
Art Center and the History Museum when they're.
The History Museum has.
That special event thing.
They got the Orange Festival. They're good.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry, DFAC.
Okay, and then Mo and Jorge are going to get better explanation on the Duke page when they meet with Duke.
You call me Mo because now I'm staff or?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to respond to that.
Got it.
Just messing with you. We're going to use the new chart on the employee counts with a footnote about VODs for the budget book. You're going to come back with a recommendation on ARPA concerning the various capital projects in Penny, CRA, ARPA, et cetera, and how much of that might be put into the general fund.
Correct. And Mayor.
And reschedule, whatever.
Right, and if I may, just at this point, in those regards, we were going to come back on the 15th to get the report on ARPA. Ashley reminded me during the break that we
In
need
order to print.
Yeah, her proposed operating budget, her part of it needs to be done this Friday in order to publish it for your adoption. And so we can bring back the ARPA plan, but it won't be within that document.
Yeah, it'll have to be a budget amendment.
Right.
Gotcha.
That's cool.
And then we'll put a footnote on the budget on the,
Somebody not have their thing on?
Oh, it's me. You want me to repeat that? No, I'm just kidding.
okay, on the golf club, we're going to put a footnote about looking at developing a operating reserve percentage as well as a long-term capital plan. And then we're going to absorb the total increase of the health costs for the employees. That's essentially what I have.
One more footnote on the.
Footnote on the business
Oh,
plan.
sorry.
Regarding the.
Yeah, I was almost out the door to take my break.
So predictable, yeah.
Footnote on,
Well,
no,
never, you can never say I'm predictable.
no, you are not.
But on some things you are.
Yeah. Footnote on our
Predictable
incubator,
and predictable.
on
History-
business
History and
plan.
art, come on.
Okay. That's all I have as far as general direction that we've given. Did I miss anything? Okay.
Do we need to acknowledge that we were going to use the more conservative long-range plan?
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's a
That
great-
was
And the
very
general
good
fund.
catch.
The general fund.
Use more.
Get a star today, that's good. That's good.
Conservative.
That's important, right.
General fund plan
Nice.
and budget? Okay.
Why would that be just general fund?
Well, because that's the one he gave us, what he thought was I think they all are conservative,
Yes,
right?
yes.
They're all the more conservative, except,
That's what we
because
got.
I think I was the one that asked you, what do you think the real deal is?
Right.
And that's what you were showing.
Right, right.
Right.
That was the only one that we showed a different projection.
For that thing?
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
we were talking about general overall.
No.
No, just that
No.
one request. yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor, any comments or other things you want to talk about?
Well, it's sort of sad I'm leaving because I'm finally beginning to understand it, after. So I think that goes a lot to y'all, and I really appreciate it.
Oh, my God. See, I tell you, we're hard on each other,
Gotta
but we're
love Deborah.
equally hard on ourselves. Or we equally joke at ourselves.
Absolutely. But really, it's, again, it's really a pleasure to work with such wonderfully professional people with such expertise. And I really thank all of you.
Jeff, anything?
Yeah, just kind of echo Commissioner Kynes, and I'm so happy that she's finally learning to understand this. No, but
Only took 18.
But no, it's more about the hard work that has been put into this and the amazing work that staff does, the amazing work that we do, and the questions that come out, and the angles that we look at things, and the catching of ARPA, and hey, how can we do this, and how can we certainly meet the guidelines of the federal government, but at the same time, work those numbers to best help us as well. And so it's that type of thought process that just, I'm continually impressed with the way we operate.
Commissioner? Well, I mean, obviously, end of third budget session. A lot of challenges that still face us. I mean, when I look at the budget, I look at, I wrote down, I look at the cost increases we're facing, I look at some of the trends we're facing, but I look at our community survey and what our citizens really want from us. And what I come out with is I want to be cautious, I want to be steady, I want to be slow to meet the needs of the future. And that's kind of my priority is, and I think most of us, is, looking at the numbers, try to be as responsible as we can, taking into account what the citizen needs and desires are for our community, and try to pace ourselves in a way that's responsible and fiscally cautious, which is why I appreciate some of the recommendations you guys have come up with from staff. Those are really very important to me. But, as I kind of think about the day and think about the budget process, what kind of pops out to me is I'm really proud of not just this group as a commission, but Les and Ashley and your team and Jennifer and your leadership team and the survey that we get from our citizens. I mean, the finance board, they put so much hard work and they speak for our citizens. It's about trust, right? It's about working hard, studying hard, thinking creatively, battling about stuff, all for the good of what's a good, solid, slow and steady gets the race. Be cautious, be careful, but also think about our long-term future. So I'm very proud of the trust that's been built, and I can't not look at you, Les, because I think what you brought to the process, and Ashley, to you too, but Les, what you brought to the process, and just where the Dave Leffert and the finance board is now, and that whole relationship, and Jennifer, you've been part of that. It's a great thing. It's trust. But it's not rubber stamping, it's not agreeing, it's about battling it out and debating, but not being personal, trusting, and just trying to get to the right answer. So I think it's been a great process. We have a lot of challenges as we face the future, but we have a good team to try to face it. So thank you to my colleagues and the staff and our citizens.
Commissioner Torga?
Thank you. I'm going to just take a few minutes because I have to. We've heard me talk about a rollback, and I am still strongly in favor of that. So I still have to decide how I'm going to vote on this, but I'm going to make my point about it clearly, and that is that we all confess that we understand that there's something happening within our country right now, and it is empirical because it started out with our federal government just pumping just tons of money, and so therefore we wonder why we have inflation. Well, we have it because of that. It just happens. That's what happens when you do that. And so they just did it again this past Friday. So it continues. So somebody's going to have to slam the brakes on or we get into inflation that actually leads to a recession. And so I don't want to be negative at all. That's not how I want to live my life. But I am concerned about people, and I still remain concerned about them. I was even asked, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to come down there and talk? We need help. And I don't want to lead that kind of a thing. I just want to talk about it and again, not argue, just make everybody aware again. We read in the paper just recently about the insurance. Big article in the paper, in the our local Sunday paper, about the problems. I talked about the person in our Rotary Club who used to write 35 and is writing 6 now. We know we got insurance companies in trouble here. We know we have that whole roofing thing going on where people have to put new roofs on. I even went from talking about affordable housing, then to the attainable housing, and now to the remaining housing, so that we can remain in our house. We have people on fixed incomes. Should any of this occur, should this inflation continue, which it probably will for a bit, some people are going to be challenged. And by remaining housing, I mean that they can remain in their house, because we talk about the concept of affordable and attainable, that someone can stay in their community. Some of these people, if they have to sell, and they may sell with a lot of money, that could be good and bad. It's bad because your taxes can go up, but some of us are protected by the 3%, but it's still going up. Some aren't, or some just bought. And we see what the federal government has done. The federal government is attempting to give us some relief by bringing down costs in some medical things. They're just working on that right now. The state, our state legislation, in fact, we're going to get a gas tax. We got one more relief coming from a gas tax. And somebody might say, well, big deal, or a tool tax. They just gave us a tool, they gave us school tax. So I don't have any, I mean, I don't go and buy any of that stuff now. It didn't help me at all, but I applaud it. It helps somebody that has to buy that. And it was small. And I just want to make sure that we're aware of the fact that for some people, there is no such word as small. Anything helps. Anything helps them. I did speak with the county manager, and I asked him for a tax relief. And he said he planned to have one. He planned to have one in there. I did speak with our county representative, Dave, and I said, I'd like to see a full rollback if we could. Obviously, the county accounts for approximately 27% of our tax, and the school's 36% tax, and we're just a small 22. But that relief could help somebody. So I was strongly supportive of a rollback, and I meant just a rollback for this year, just to give the people relief. The other organizations that I just mentioned are coming down, and they're all trying to give something for us, and that's just for relief. Obviously, I'm not talking about having our salaries cut here in the city. It just means something gets cut. Something has to be worked on to come up with whatever that rollback is. I would ask for a full rollback, and that's the 1.8 or 1.4 million dollars as it relates to our folks that pay this ad valorem tax. So I just want to bring that out again and just make everyone aware of the fact that we have the opportunity to do that at this point in time. You will probably never know those who are hurting or those who need this because they're not going to tell you. And it's surprising who it might be. It's just anybody that may have to sell their house and will not be able to remain in Dunedin. And that was one of the goals of affordable and or attainable, is that somebody could live and work in their community and stay in their community and play. And so for some of these folks, if they sell, they may have a bit of money, but they're not going to be able to stay here. So there's others that just need some extra money. And we heard the number about Dunedin Cares, and I watched the number of Dunedin Cares because I care about Dunedin Care, I always have. And they're just getting hit with a lot of new people that are coming in for food. We don't adjudicate, they don't adjudicate, just give. So that's why I wanted to bring that up. And I was quite surprised. I want to make a large compliment in a second. I was very surprised that we had this capability of earmarking funds for the ARPA, and I think that's going to be very interesting for us to look at from a cost-saving standpoint and from a conservative standpoint. I wanted to make a very positive comment. I made a communication about what I thought somebody might get out of this. And I know someone asked Les to give them a number, and so Les did his best to give them a number of what somebody might save. It is extremely complicated. And if you asked me to give you a number, I would refuse to do it, because I would say you got to go to somebody up in the appraisal office who's going to push a button that's technically going to give you a number, And it can really only give you a number on one address. It can't give you, it can give you a generality. You're going to save $1.4 million. What does that mean to who, where, how? And we're all in different categories within that taxing consideration. Anyway, I said I would be short. I still would love to see us throttle back a bit. And we've done a lot to help people. We've done a lot to help. Well, we've given money to churches. We've given money to organizations. We've given money to downtown. We've given money for marketing plans. We've given money to our employees. We've given money to, and this would give this is the best and safest way for us to give something back to all of our residents across the board without making any evaluation or asking for any input about it. They just get a rollback for a year. And it's in an effort to help them. It's small for them, and then yet it sounds big for us because it's $1 million. So if anything comes about, I would love to see us do that. I had to say it. I have a requirement to do that. When I ran for this position, I talked about things like that. I talked about the requirement for us to be have a real concern for all of our residents, and that's a concern that I have. So rollback is still a very hot thing for me, and so I'm going to have to vote in a moment. Thank you.
We're not voting today, right?
No.
What consensus? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
consensus.
no, just sorry.
Well, we've already given our consensus. Right?
On the,
I
going to the
mean-
rollback?
No,
At that time, that's when we have the full
Right.
budget vote.
Yeah.
That's when the vote happens.
Yes.
But I think 4 of us said we weren't interested in doing a
Well,
rollback.
I know, and since you're going to.
From a consensus thing.
Since you're going to bring that up, I'd like to continue on that then too. One of in the newspaper, they had an article, a big editorial, and they said, instead of being piggy, why don't you give a little bit back to these people? I was in our paper just 2-3 weeks ago. And the title was, If Not Now, When? And so I say, if not now, when? And if I don't, and that's why I had to say this now, because if not now, when would I say this? Afterwards, after it's all done, so I did. So it's just a comment. And there's a consensus coming. Thank you. I was really talking to all of us here
Yeah.
without looking at anybody.
Yeah, no, I get it. I don't want to drag it out. I mean, I said earlier when I was speaking to the finance board, I mean, even our citizen advisory finance board is not recommending it now until we see what else happens. Our whole world may change, but to speculate on that now. And if you're saying we just do it for 1 year, that means next year we have to raise, it's a millage rate increase. You think people aren't going to be fired up mad that you do that? I mean, even, because, I mean, next year might be worse, and we don't know that. And I don't know, everybody says it's easy to raise the millage rate, but it isn't. It isn't. People don't do it often, and there's a reason why. So it's the long and steady. I remember sitting here, and this is just a story. I remember sitting here with Dave Eggers making the argument to reduce our millage rate and a different commission. And this was when we had like 23 to 25% reserves consistently. We had more money than we knew what to do with. And we weren't spending it. And we wanted to reduce the millage rate because of the economy, as well as we actually had play money that we could have done that with and been just fine. The argument on the commission, and it's always been the argument, is consistency. The up and down and the up and down. I made all the same arguments you did, John. Now, I still don't agree with what they did back then. I still think we should have reduced it. And we did once, and I still get people that are snide to me about it because because well, you call it a struggle. I don't think it's a struggle. Every year we come out okay. Every year our reserves are okay. But we're not at that 20 to 25% reserve level, but that's not our policy. Our policy is to be at 15, and we keep staying there. Anyway, I've been through this on the losing side and the winning side of reducing the millage rate. And in the end, when you look at all the things, in my point of view, when you look at all the things coming, we don't know what that comp and class and reorg study is going to tell us. We have a best guess, but we have no idea. That could be a lot more. I worry about that. And I don't want to say no to our employees, not since the recession of them not getting, really since you left. They have not gotten decent raises. That's a long time. And so, I mean, I have a lot, it's not the capital projects, it's everything else. So where is the $1.4 million going to come from? Where is it going to come from? I don't see it. There's no extra reserves to put towards it. And if there was, John, I'd be right there with you. I would. I've got a long history of trying to reduce the millage rate. I just don't see where it's going to come from. And nobody's telling me where it can come from. Now, granted, we haven't called them out on the carpet here on TV, but I've certainly had the where could it come from? Nobody can give me an answer. So if you could tell me where it could come from, this whole time, I could maybe consider it, but given everything we've gotten from people I highly trust, and that wasn't always the case for me, personally. I can't speak for anybody else, but that was not always, the numbers I didn't always trust. I would love to do that. I just don't know how we do it. I don't know where it will come from without cutting service, laying people off. What else are you going to do? I don't know. I hear you, and I totally understand why you're going there. I do. Like I said, I've done it. I've been down that road twice, on the losing end and on the winning end. So when I won, or when we won, it was because we had a boatload of money in our reserves for a long period of time with conservative projections. I just don't know where it comes from. But anyway, I want to just reiterate what every year it gets better and better, how much I love the fact we've really, with the exception of Mo and HR, no, I'm teasing, we've really come to a level of higher level thinking. We go down rabbit holes, that's for
The
sure.
highest expense in your budget is personnel.
I know.
So HR issues are not rabbit holes. Thank you.
Okay. But, we used to have a line item budget. Who cares how much facilities is spending on paper? Now, what is the whole organization spending on paper? That's her job. In your job. I don't need to critique that. What I need to critique is, are we achieving our policies, and are we spending too much money on those policies? And tax rate, what's it costing our residents? Are we achieving our goal? That's what we need to worry about. And we're doing such a good job of that. And I just remember the days when, I'm not kidding, those line item budgets were excruciating. Really excruciating.
Pencils.
Yeah. I mean, postage. And because it's there, you go to critique it because that's all you have to look at. Now we're looking at projects that achieve our goals.
That must have been awful.
Oh, it was awful.
It was awful.
It was awful because I'm that anal to look
I
at it.
used to sit where Ashley sat, and I was on budget staff.
With the
It was
line item
awful.
budget. It's awful.
They had
It's
little big
just,
print things.
it doesn't do anything for the overall.
No, it's not.
It's really
pennies on the
getting into
dollar.
your area, not the policy area of where we need to be. And I'm just really proud. And I mean, it's not just us that took us, I mean, a lot of people helped us get there. It just gets better every year, and I'm really proud of that. And thank you, guys. It's not easy to change, especially when you've been doing certain things a certain way. So thank you for all your efforts with the Finance Board. Thanks to the department heads who sit here all day to listen to us. Yap, yap, yap. It's good stuff, though. And you guys are always good to us. I mean, you really are. You answer our real quality questions and then those, rabbit hole questions, and I appreciate it. Anything else? Ending comments?
Just thank the five of you. You spend a lot of time on this as well. You really do. And I mean, the number of workshops, the strategic planning retreat, all the way through adoption of the budget, you really, the budget briefings, you spend a lot of time on this budget, and we're grateful. You always make yourselves available. So it really, to that end, it really is a team effort. I mean, obviously, the professional staff, I'm very proud of them, perpetually proud of them and the work that they do. But I don't think that people realize how difficult and labor-intensive this is for the five of you as well. Thank you, Mayor. This is Deborah's last budget in this building.
I know.
And our last budget in this building.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's.
Deborah's going to miss the budget.
No, she's just going to keep looking at the business plan to make sure her initiatives are in there.
She's going to be watching Artisan, that's what.
Yeah. Okay. If nothing else, we will adjourn.
Thank you.